Hey everybody, we're gonna see my old shows back in the day. Yeah, like oh, uh, Lupin. Hi, Lupin.
Gangster.
How are you today?
Gangster.
Hi,
I'm doing
Lupin.
fine. I'm doing fine. I'm just barely waking up. What happened?
Not so much. How are you doing today?
uh, I'm good. I'm good.
Yesterday I had a 513 stream. Bruce came on. He's a crazy guy.
Was it talking sentient sandwich?
Yeah, he came as Mr. Sandwich.
Mr. Sandwich is a good guy.
Yeah, he's a
He's he,
crazy. Yeah.
he's a good He's a good sandwich.
Uh, how you been today?
I just woke up.
Oh, you ever heard this one guy? I forgot his name. He was the governor of Texas, Rick Perry.
Yeah. What about him?
What do you think of Rick Perry?
Pull up a picture of him. I don't remember him too much.
Uh, uh, I know Aaron Raw did like him. He was the governor. Yeah, this guy.
Zoom in a little bit.
Yeah, remember?
Yeah, I think I had mixed feelings about. I think I had mixed feelings about it. I think overall he was okay, but I think he was a little bit of a rhino. He was a rhino.
Yeah. Oh, wino? He drinks.
Rhino.
Oh, I know.
Rhino.
Yeah, I know.
Probably a
Yeah,
big drink.
yeah. He's a. I remember back in the day. Did he run for president?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he was crazy guy. My old channel I have. I thought it was dead, but it came back to life.
How'd
Uh,
that happen?
my friend put a repeal on it before, and I found out this old channel had 322 subs,
Oh,
and
you put a
people like,
repeal on it?
yeah, and I got it back up. And I
Put.
also have over 100. One of my videos have over 120,000 views.
Yeah, I think I remember that video with the cop.
Yeah. Oh, you saw that?
Mm-hmm.
The hot cop lady?
Yeah,
What do you think of that guy talking on that?
I totally forgot about anything. I forgot any details that was in there. I'm
His
gonna
name
see
is
what's
what?
I'm gonna see
What's
what's being cooked because I'm hungry.
oh, yeah, his name is Cat something. He's a crazy street preacher. Goes out there yelling at people. Oh, have you ever seen? You ever heard all kinds of old videos I had with old crazy stuff like these street preachers that go out there yelling at people and stuff. It was crazy. Like Robert Isbell. You ever heard of him?
No, not really.
He was a crazy guy back in the day. Stump heard of him. Uh, he passed away, but he was a crazy street preacher guy. He's like a more like a marine type, soldier type guy. Him and his friend. They go out there street preachers at everywhere, like a pride parade. Wow, he would get people mad. Yeah,
Yeah, I probably don't know. I probably don't know much of the street preachers unless I see them.
yeah. Robert Isbell. He's a crazy guy. He's crazy. Oh, Dan says this. He said,
Oh,
"What's
Danny boy, the pipes. I don't want to sing that song. That song's kind of sad, actually. Hi, Dan. Hi, Dan.
yeah, I need to tell you something. Lately, the Proverb guys haven't been making any videos. Does that blow your mind?
No, didn't they get
Yeah, they
a
got
strike?
one. What?
Did that cause them to get a strike, or
No, I don't think so.
they just had to take down the video?
Yeah, Steve only took down one of them. I found out we still have two others, so I uh, uh, told him about it. He didn't know about the other two was still up, and he only got one of them down because the other one he couldn't get into. Purple Guys Part 2. Yeah, it was
Yeah, I
great.
don't know why they get targeted for a lot of uh I'm sorry. I don't know why they get targeted so much for bombs like that. It's not like they got a really big channel, but I guess they have more haters than they do actual watchers. It's kind of crazy.
Wow. This is their second time ever been porn bombed. The first time Dan was on there, and this guy named Mr. Banks came on there, but he
Yeah,
just takes his phone, put at the camera showing nasty stuff.
yeah. I was gonna give Dan some tips. Whenever he's letting people on, like if I don't know the person and they don't have their camera on or something like that, I tell them to put their camera on and just give me a thumbs up if they could just follow the rules. Don't cuss a lot. Don't do anything stupid like with showing images that'll get your channel in trouble. Don't say words that'll get your channel in trouble. And most people will comply, and if they start making up excuses like "oh, my camera doesn't work" or "da da 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 da" or something like that, I don't even let them on the show. But then again, most of the times, if I do that, then that person's usually Christian as well.
Yeah, yeah, Murder Pie. He's a crazy guy.
Yeah,
It's true. I'm actually Christian Pike.
yeah. It cost him $20 to go on my show now. Unfortunately,
What happened? I thought I was 15.
uh, AJ paid it off, and then the very like next day he incurred. It really should be like $30. I let a couple comments slip, but he kept talking. He kept talking trash in the comment section, and then I told him every comment that he talks trash is gonna be $5, and then he couldn't control himself. So then now he's back up to 20.
Well, that's true, Phantom. A wild Aiden does indeed appear. No, what's new with you, Gangster? What's up with you, buddy?
Nothing much. Except for that. That's crazy. My old account's back. Holy
Yeah,
crazy.
no. Are you gonna start doing streams over there, or what do you have
Uh,
any plans for your account?
uh, I can, I can have it where I can do streams on both.
Oh, that's true. I guess so. Yeah, you can multi-stream.
Does that blow your mind?
It does. It truly
Oh,
does.
here's a video where I have 120,000 views on.
Wow, what's the video about?
A hot cop lady.
Nice.
It's not crazy. What do you think that? Look, does that blow your mind?
You want her to put you in handcuffs, gangster?
I don't know. Well, she
I
puts you in handcuffs.
don't know. Depends on how hot she is.
I think Lupin would go peacefully.
Okay.
I don't
Uh,
think there'd be much resistance getting into the back of that SWAT car.
Man, it just depends, man. I've been picked up by a hot cop one time. I went peacefully.
Oh, that's
Does that determine whether you go peacefully? Man, how attractive is this cop? Maybe I'll shoot him.
It
Maybe I won't.
it
Just depends on how
really
hot
it
they are.
really it really is a variable. It really is a variable.
yeah.
Uh,
Crazy.
yeah,
I don't want to
I
have.
wasn't.
Uh,
I was going in for a psyche eval because I was doing some stupid shit back in my day, and
oh,
I wasn't getting arrested, but they like were just trying to make sure that I wasn't gonna hurt anybody or myself. So
I remember before on there they also have it where a my second top video is neckbeard atheist versus tree preacher. It was crazy.
neck neckbeard versus a street preacher.
Yeah, neckbeard atheist versus tree preachers.
But did
Oh,
he actually
Is that correct?
have the neck? Because I gotta say, a
Yeah,
neck beard is more beard than I can grow. So good on him.
they were
I
preaching
hate the
outside.
I hate the hair that grows on my neck. I hate that.
It's always the worst
Hey,
shave.
It just it's a lot of real estate.
uh,
I know
they
sometimes
were
you guys get pictures where you can't see my neck. I wish you couldn't see my neck sometimes, but then when you
Well,
can,
we actually
it's
have a
like
$10,000 reward out for your neck as we speak. So if you want to make a quick 10 grand,
I have a feeling nobody's gonna cough up the money.
well, I mean, it's a verbal agreement, just like your like lottery ticket scheme. It's a verbal agreement. There's nothing legally binding or anything like that. So
I'm just saying. Look, if look, if I remembered you, if I did hit big, I would
the
put
most entry
man.
level
Shit.
Ponzi scheme I've ever seen.
I don't know if that's
Hey, if I
even
get
legal, so I don't know how to put it. It is like it is old school. Like my dad was cracking up. I was like, is this even legal? He's like, probably not. I'm like, probably not.
I heard even videos on my old channel. I don't even remember where I got them from. This one video was weird. Is that weird? What do you think?
it's pretty weird indeed. What have you been up to today? Did you order any movie theater popcorn today? Did you order any KFC or anything
Nah,
like that?
nah.
When was the last time you ordered movie
Yesterday
theater
I
popcorn?
ordered. I ordered McDonald's yesterday.
Oh, nice. What'd you get?
Uh, nuggets and fries. What
Uh,
did you get?
the
I
big
actually
boy
agree with
meal.
Lupin on his McDonald's take. Double quarter pounder is the only true man's burger. If you don't get the double quarter pounder, then you're not getting a real McDonald's. You're getting a kid's meal. But that's okay.
Yeah, except it
Hey,
costs $30 freaking.
Yeah. Well, it's because it's the only thing that they can't size down. It's not like you can shrink, shrinkflation might be true for like the double double or stuff like that, but you can't make a quarter pound smaller. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
there's a
it's
place
natural.
called there's a place called Baytown Seafood that they usually just put two like it's like the normal order for their burger is like a double, but if you ask for a double though, you get four patties, and that joint's like $15, bro. That thing smacks, dude. It's so good. It's so good. I always get the double, and then I always regret it because I'm like, man, I can't finish it, but then I don't regret it because usually I can eat the rest like the next day.
I mean, I know
yeah,
most
I was
people.
gonna let.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I know most people are already like awake to the whole like bacon cheeseburger, but let's be honest. Another thing, if you're gonna have bacon on your burger, you got to do the full like breakfast experience, and you got to get an egg on that thing too. Because an
Oh
egg
yeah,
and bacon, I mean, like you can't get better than that.
I was going on that Burger Pie game, but he disappeared.
He disappeared.
Where- Yeah,
Where'd you go,
he
brother
just
Pike?
he dissipates.
He,
yeah.
I guess he got unelected.
Mm.
He got
Either
unelected
that
from the
or he was
chat.
predestined to disappear and not join.
Yeah, it
Why
was
not just call
crazy.
it a half pounder? I mean, like, double quarter pounder just feels like a bulkier title, though.
It
You know, a
does have
double
a ring
quarter
to it
pounder.
too.
It does. That is true.
It's like buying something for $9.99 or then buying something for $10. It's like essentially you're paying the same thing, but I'm still gonna go for the $9.99. The
It's true.
19.99.99.
So, when's Christian coming back then?
I
You
don't
gotta get him
know.
back, Gangster
He
Ghost. You
disappeared.
gotta send him a message. We got a search party.
Yeah. I asked him where he go, and I don't know. It looks like he might have been driving. But what temperature is it where you guys at? Ruben?
What temperature?
It's uh
Yeah.
it's like probably like a balmy 80 something degrees outside, and I need to go and get some food, and then I'm probably gonna go pee in a pool for a couple of hours.
Oh, that's nice. What about you, Aiden? You there, Aiden?
Aiden's icon went black on me.
Oh no.
Not
He disappeared.
racist. I'm just saying.
Oh no. Where did Aiden go? He disappeared. Lupin, yeah. Oh, weird. I got all these old things. Oh, Aiden's back. I also got uh the video of when Kent first time answered my question I sent him. Oh, it's crazy. Does that blow your mind?
Sorry, I'm about to
Music or
die,
anything?
so I gotta go.
Okay, thank you for
Have a good
stopping
one,
by.
guys. Yeah, no
You too.
problem.
Later, Adam.
Bye. Yeah, he answered my question. I sent him on email. Uh, this first time he ever met, before he ever met, Aaron Rowe. Aaron Rowe. It was crazy. I sent him a question, asked him about him, and uh, gave him a link to Aaron Rowe's video.
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy.
Oh yeah, and he couldn't pronounce Aaron Rod's name or something.
Yeah,
I think I saw that part of your stream. I saw a little bit of it.
yeah. Is that crazy? It
Not as
was,
crazy as Phantom being disappointed that there's bacon on his cheeseburger. If I'm seeing that comment correctly.
yeah.
I'm always disappointed by bacon on my cheeseburgers. Why are you disappointed with bacon on your cheeseburgers, Phantom? Usually they're called bacon cheeseburgers. Like, what is there to be disappointed about? It's in the title of the name. All right, Phantom. Okay. What are you disappointed at, huh? Huh? Don't be telling me you're disappointed because bacon is on your cheeseburger whenever you order a bacon cheeseburger, and then all of a sudden there's bacon on your cheeseburger, and you're like, I didn't want bacon. Well, maybe you shouldn't have ordered a bacon cheeseburger, okay? Maybe you should have just ordered a cheeseburger. Leave the bacon out of this. The bacon is innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, I got a lot of Steve Anderson videos. It was funny. Steve Adams is a crazy guy. And
Yeah,
make it where he's teleporting around. What do you think?
I haven't seen him. Um, yeah, but I'm trying to see. Do you have anybody else that's gonna co-host your show or join your show? Because I'm gonna go and eat, and I'm gonna go. Oh, he's disappointed in the quality of bacon. I think is what he's trying to say. Yeah,
Oh,
if you get bacon from like a fast food restaurant, it's usually like that bacon that's in a. Well, most bacon that you get now is like in like a plastic wrap, but it's really like that thin kind of bacon. It's not like thick cut bacon or something like that. So, okay,
okay.
all right.
Have you ever heard of G-Man?
From Gary's Mod, yeah.
G-Man on YouTube.
Uh, is he a video game character?
No, he's a YouTube guy. Here I can show you the what he looks like. This guy.
N- no, the black dude.
Yeah, him right
No,
here. Uh, he's a hardcore pre- uh preacher. Oh, who's here? Yeah, yeah. He's a crazy guy back in the day. He knew Brett. He was buddies with Brett Keane and stuff, and he, he's just a crazy guy. He had a fight with beef with Dragnet guy. He's a crazy guy.
a drag man.
Yeah, Dragnet. Some crazy guy. You ever heard of Devin Tracy?
Nope.
He was part of the he's called Unstoppable guy. He, he's a likable character too. And here's Steve Anderson, a crazy guy. And he's just so crazy. And it was funny of
Got some
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
He said, "Our demons." It's funny. Oh, just so crazy. All these stuff take me back from the days Kent Hall goes to Steve Anderson's church.
Mm, that's the video review guy. I forget what his name is. Critical review or something.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, maybe Christian will come back because I gotta actually put my phone to charge too. I'm on 15%, and plus I need to eat, and the
Okay. Thank you.
the TV is playing on in the background. It just be real distracting.
Okay. Thank you for joining.
No problem, Gigi.
Gonna say, hey,
Yeah, you too. Take care, man, and God bless. Okay.
bye.
All right.
Uh, now, some crazy old videos back in the day. It's crazy. Crazy show. Uh, Jeff versus Anderson.
He's bringing it. So turn to Christ and live.
Amen.
Turn to Christ and live. Any last words on that? Okay.
No.
Now, as a final end to the show today, let's talk.
Miss Outcast. Hi.
Hi.
How are you
Good
today?
timing. Uh, I'm yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm good.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, did I tell you about this? This is my old channel I had back in the day. Uh, it came
No.
back to life because my friend put a pill on it. And I found out this old channel had 322 subs.
Oh wow. Was it
And
was your channel?
yeah, my old channel. And
What?
it had uh here's a video that had 120,000 views on it.
Wow.
And it's the hot cop lady. Is
It
that
what?
crazy?
Yes. Oh my goodness. So how did it come back to life? I
My friend put
didn't really.
a pill on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
is that
super cool.
crazy?
Yes.
Yeah. It was crazy. It came back to life. I got all kinds of old videos. It takes me back looking at them. I haven't seen it
Yeah,
in
I
years.
imagine.
It's from 2014.
Wow. That's
That
10
crazy?
years ago.
Yeah, it's crazy. I got all kinds of weird. Here's this one video. I remember putting it up. I don't remember where I got it or what it's about. But watched it. It was weird. Had a talking little monster guy and clowns. It was crazy.
What?
Yeah, it was weird. And here's was one video where can't answer my question about Aaron Raw. It was crazy. It was before he even met Aaron Raw.
Oh, can you show it?
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, it was crazy back in the day. You ever heard of this guy named G Man?
Yes, but
That
I'm
guy.
not really sure. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I've it was not a long time ago, but there was a period a couple of years ago when I heard a lot about him.
It's just so
He
crazy. I
he
got
was
all kinds of crazy Steve shows. Master Steve, he's a crazy guy. This is the one have 124,000 views on it.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? All kinds of stuff on here. I, I'm not sure even where the Ken Hobo one is at. It's crazy.
Oh, if you um you see the Ken Hoses uh the
This?
magnifier.
Yeah.
No, so if you write like Kent or Kent Hovind and press enter. Go.
There's a lot of them.
Yes.
Wow, there's a lot of them. Here it is.
No, there.
The evidence is in. Who's that from? That's from me. Oh, okay. Go name me. Who's that from? That's from me. Oh, okay. Ghost Man. Um, have you ever heard of Aronra? Arona. Aronra. He says this about creation is what he's saying. It gives me a link to go to. I don't have time to go to all the links right now, but tell you what, call in sometime or send me the details. Give me one example of what he says that you don't like, and we'll see if we can fix it. October 6th, this one from Expert Man.
Is that crazy? Back then,
Yes.
before we even met. How did we not read that thing of Is that weird?
So
Uh,
wait, what year was that?
oh, 6 years ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's a liar as always.
Oh. Yeah, he's a
I mean,
crazy.
wait, I have to. I'm gonna take that statement back for a moment and so that I'm not lying. I'm trying to figure out which year. When did they do their debate? When did I first come across Kent? Not the very first time, because that was in like 2006. But do you remember when he had the debate with
Yeah, but I don't remember what year was it.
no. Yeah,
Yeah,
I might actually have to say yeah, I might very well be wrong about that.
oh,
Is it your background that's
yeah, sorry about that.
no, it's okay.
Hey, I didn't get. How could he not read that word? That was weird. What do you think?
I have I have no idea actually. Maybe he bad eyesight? I don't know.
Aiden's back.
Hello.
Aiden!
I'm mowing my
Hello.
lawn right now with the very best lawnmower that 1937 has to offer. It is not even gasoline powered. It's literally one of those ones that you have to push manually.
Yes. Oh,
They're very fun.
lawns
They're
are
a good time.
lovely. Hmm.
But you know what? They're a heck of a lot quieter than a gasoline mower, so at least I can talk to you guys while I'm mowing. You always got to keep on the bright side of life, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Uh, we think of that video when I asked Ken Oval about Rome. He couldn't
I
super
didn't see
read the.
that.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Is it super loud, by the way?
No, actually not. I mean, you can hear it in the background, but it's not. Doesn't seem like one of those sounds that just kind of not
It's
breaks
not like
through,
the
but
crackly mic guy that comes on to Missing Mod shows. Like, he like eats the mic
no,
the entire time.
no.
It's crazy. Uh,
Oh, wait.
have you ever? I have
Go up a bit, uh,
this one.
because I thought I saw. I thought I saw Aaron. There.
Where? Right
Oh,
here.
stop. Yes, that where it says PSA. Yeah, because the one that says the first one there, debate Hoven VA Raw. That should
As I
be the
begin the third part of
year.
my
Oh, he
So,
went here 5 years ago.
oh, okay, yeah. Oh,
Because there's.
I was wrong. I was wrong. Kent Hoven wasn't necessarily a liar that time. He's still a liar, but he didn't lie necessarily that time.
Here's
I mean,
him
sure, he
versus.
promoted a book that basically said that a bunch of gay people perpetuated the Holocaust, but he didn't lie about that. So you got to put things into
He didn't
perspective.
lie about not knowing who R was. So I mean, you it's like you said, Aiden. You have to take what you have and do what you can with it. And the pickings are very slim when it comes to Hoven.
Oh,
Yeah, the pickings are kind of remind me of like 1936 Ukraine, quite frankly. But yes, the pickings are indeed very slim.
Oh, you mean 1932,
Sorry, you're correct.
the winter of 32, 33. Yes.
Well, I mean, when was the holiday? Yeah, you're right. No, you're right.
Hmm.
I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I'm so very seldom. I'm always. I'm not impressed by myself, but always surprised by myself whenever I realize that I
I don't
remember
imagine the
something.
pickings in 1936 Ukraine were much better, to be fair. I don't imagine that it was like, yes,
No,
now it is the
but
times of
but
plenty.
but again, we have to look at it from the bright side. There were much less people then that needed
That's true.
food.
That's true. That is true.
Like a third
It's
of
all
their
about
entire
perspective.
population.
It's
Exactly.
all about perspective. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
that's
I need to
horrible.
stop being such a pessimist. I'm sorry.
Yes, yes, you really do. But oh, that is horrible. That is really horrible.
Oh, here's a
I don't
video.
know what it is with the Ukraine,
I'm
but
not a good person,
I
Gideon. I don't know if you know this.
I know, I know. I mean, you kind of are, but you're also an asshole.
Uh, here's one of
I mean, like, I'm
Pastor
mostly an asshole, but that's okay.
happened to us Kent 8
What
years ago.
what did you say, Logan?
Here's Pastor Steve talking to Kent Holbein.
Oh, were they friends?
Yeah, they were
Is this Kent?
before
Is this Kent Hovind or Kent Hovold?
Kent Hobo. Yeah, this is before he turned on Kent when Kent got divorced again, I guess.
Oh, yeah, it has to be like
Yeah, that
8.
thing that the Bible explicitly tells you not to do.
Mm-hmm.
This is an old intro a friend of mine made for me.
Ooh.
One of this video
Oh,
on
look,
my
we recognize that one.
I was up in New Hampshire against my will. The whole thing here has been against my will, and wondering. I said, God, what can I do? How, I didn't do anything wrong.
That's so
I didn't break
beautiful
any
that the
laws,
first
and I've
thing
been in
he
prison
says
for 8
is
years.
complaining.
That next day, a guy moves into my room who's a legal genius. He's a real estate expert from.
He's here.
Hey,
He missed
Oh, wait,
Luke
yeah, I need.
what y'all doing?
nothing.
Hey Christian, can you do me a favor and like use internet connection?
Man, I can't hear you. What are you saying? Here you go.
Hi.
Dropped out. He must have ran. I
Uh,
thought
Hi.
Luke was on.
He was, but he had to leave. The righteous holiday.
Yeah, he was righteously howling. I did hear some of his howling. It was of the righteous variety. Hello, Miss Deviant.
Hello, good sir.
Hey, Aiden.
Are you there, Aiden? Oh.
Earth to Gate and Linden.
Yeah, what do you want?
Aiden,
Hey, look,
freaking.
say hey to the kids.
Oh,
Hi,
Christian's
kids.
Hi.
We're traveling.
Oh my goodness,
Hope you're doing
there are
good.
so many.
I'm traveling to continue my work, as Steven says, to fake evangelize.
Oh. No, you think
Deviant,
you have
you don't
a lot of kids?
understand.
No.
Christian doesn't just have one or two kids.
I mean, that's some kind of hoarding. That's gene hoarding.
Miss Outcast, you think he had a lot of kids? Steve Anderson has 11 kids.
But I mean, yeah. I'm thinking
Bubba's back
I'd
there singing, "Why
rather
don't you wear
see Christian have 11 kids than someone like Steven Anderson, because at least Christian is a good
We ain't got no
person.
money.
He's a good
All the
dude.
way back. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you know that
I wanna go to
comparison that you
I
made
can't
between
afford
me
it.
being a nice guy to me and the other thing? I think the
Mhm.
ratio
Yeah.
of nice guy to other thing for me is inverted for Christian.
Your mic is like
He
the
has
same
just
quality
enough
as
of the other
Dustin's
thing.
life today.
Well, you know, if you look on the other side of the equation there, Christian, then you actually find that's
Good
not true.
Dustin, man. You're so good at these. You've been practicing. Do y'all hear
Yeah.
Bubba singing that?
Aw.
Yeah.
He's singing "Why
There's
Don't
sure
You
enough a
Wear
tune
Shorts,"
back
Bro
there.
Pike would say. He is.
The fact that your kids are striking up ballads about you not wearing shorts brings a tear to my eye, Christian.
Love that stupid looking head man.
Aw, so good.
Oh, they didn't learn the Mentos jingle. Do y'all remember the Mentos commercials from the '90s?
No, Christian, I wasn't alive back then.
No.
That's true, actually. Look, for one, shut up. But the old Mentos jingle, "It doesn't matter what comes, fresh goes better with
Yeah.
life." All the kids know that now.
Aw.
It's meant to fresh and full of life. Nothing gets to you. Yeah, they know.
I'm actually grinning from ear to ear. Oh my goodness.
Look,
So good.
you know how to buy some Mentos, okay?
Christian, your kids have no right being that cute. I'm just saying right now. It's not fair.
It is Mentos the fresh maker, Bubba. That's right. Yeah.
That's true. That is true, Bubba. That's wisdom right there, my friend.
Mentos the fresh maker. So what did Lupin have to say? Bad stuff, I'm guessing.
Not so much. Just talking about all kinds of stuff. Like
Did he say I'm short $20 to go on his show?
oh yeah, he talked about that. He talked about first it was $15, but AJ paid it off. Now it's $20.
Can I pay $20 to not have to go on his show?
Where's it?
That
Aiden?
seems like money well spent to me.
Wait, I'm not in the loop, I feel. Who is paying who what to do when?
Okay, so Lupin made a rule that I wasn't allowed to go on his show unless somebody paid $15 to his Cash App, and it was just his way of saying you're never allowed to come on. Well, then some of the people in the chat called his bluff and paid the $15, so he had to let me on. That really happened.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That really happened. When I got on the show, I was like, Lupin, has anybody ever paid $15 to hear you speak before? Like,
Wow.
That
That
makes you a
it's kind
professional
of ridiculous.
speaker.
I'm a professional.
I'm actually so upset that he's a professional speaker because I've actually received commendations for my public speaking, and he's been paid to do it. And I
Yep,
have. That doesn't. I don't care. I don't care. It's fine.
No, you're not
Totally
jealous.
fair.
You're not jealous.
Anyways, guys, I'm driving 80 miles an hour on the interstate, so I'm going to jump off here. I just wanted to
Hey,
say hello.
Christian. What was that
Yep.
thing that you said to Dan that one time? Go to heck.
Look, I went back and made that right, okay? I actually sent Dan a private message, and I was like, hey, I still think you're a two-faced piece of whatever, but I don't want you to go to heck.
Okay, that's nice. You want to go to Chicago?
Well, I want you to go to heck, Christian. That's what I'm saying.
It's fine. Purgatory's fine.
Like what you did with Dan, that's all well and good. Like, oh, I was mature and I came to a mature conclusion, but I want you to go to heck, Christian. That's what I'm saying.
I don't even really deserve the credit for that because Mark called me out and rebuked me for it, which he was right to do.
Serious? No, they haven't been
Yep.
making these shows
No.
like.
Christian tends to joke when he says things like that. He's tends to be messing around.
The PGs hasn't been making these shows lately. It's because of Aiden.
Wait, what?
The PGs, they haven't been making these shows lately.
Oh, yeah, well, I guess they're getting the same views they always get, whether they make shows or not.
The end result is exactly the same. Oh my goodness. Christian, you're on fire today. What the heck?
On that note, I will
You're
speak to you
actually
guys
on
later.
fire. No, what the heck? Oh man. The candle that burns twice as fast only lasts half as long. Dang it.
Frozen.
Well, yes. that's kind
But,
of obvious.
oh, can we all pull people out of heck who are already there?
I was saying that because
Um,
Christian was only here for a brief amount of time, but he made that time a very good time.
He did. He
That's
did.
what I would say.
And I'm also very glad that he chose to go to shut down and focus on the driving, especially given that he had all of his tiny.
I mean, he has a band. He has a
offsprings.
live band performing in his vehicle as we speak right now.
Yep.
And he
I
doesn't
mean,
even like.
imagine if
Go ahead.
You
if
can.
something were to happen, then all of those genes would just evaporate. So maybe we should make a rule that he can only join a stream and be on the phone when driving if
What the?
he leaves one of the kids at home.
He disappeared. Aiden
He
disappeared. Okay, that's yeah.
he
Yesterday was crazy. Bruce was on. He ended up getting an argument with Mark.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it
I
was,
mean, I'm not surprised that he got into an argument. I'm more surprised. Well, maybe I'm not. Can I guess that it had something to do about predestination?
yeah. He's
Yeah.
on there. I don't know. It was crazy. They got an argument about it, and he like the compare Mark to Aces. I guess I'm not sure. But he's like Aiden. Are you there, Aiden?
Aiden freaking Linden. Aiden.
Aiden. Aiden. Aiden. But you ever? Yeah, that PG thing. What happened was crazy.
Yeah, what was the PG thing? I don't really understand or yet. I feel very out of the loop.
Oh, that one day, I was on there too. This guy came on. He start screaming, ah, and he start showing a porn bomb.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
it was all
that
crazy.
why they? No, that can't be.
Yeah.
It seems like they have their programming and everything, but they're not making shows. Or
Yeah, it was all crazy. Like, I knew who I think it might have been. I think it might have been Aiden. Yeah.
I hope not.
Come 8 dens with Aiden. What the? He just disappeared.
He does.
Oh, yeah, here's that video I talked about where they're talking to each other from.
Yeah. From a long, long time ago.
Yeah, it was crazy. Can't hold will talk to him.
Washington, D.C., and he looks over my case. He said, "Man, you got railroaded." I said, "I know." And now they're trying to seize the church property.
Oh.
Actually, they think they already did seize the church
Never
property.
anything to say, just say, and I will pause it for you.
And changed it all over to the government name. Well, the trustee had filed a quiet title action in the county court to say, "Look, you need to look into this. Something's wrong. That's church property, not government property." And I don't know what all he did there. Anyway, the federal court said, "No, we want that in our court," so they moved it up there and dismissed the case. I told him, "Don't file anything else." So I felt kind of frustrated. Lord, what do I do?
Isaac.
And,
Sorry.
yeah, 8 kids. I guess you got a whole yellow one. I know how that goes. And so he said, I told him what's going on, and he said, "Well, they kept your legal box in South Carolina."
This call is from the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
After I got moved out of the South Carolina camp, they kept my legal box for a year and a half, 20 months. And that prevented me from filing a complete, what they call a 2255, which is the number of the law that says if your lawyer was ineffective, you can file a 2255 saying, "I want this case overturned based on ineffective counsel." So when I finally filed that, they said, "Well, you're too late. You had to do that in 1 year." I said, "Oh, wait a minute. They kept my box for a year and a half. What do you mean I got to do it in a year?" And I tried to get them to hear it. No, they wouldn't hear it. So my new cellie says, "Well, Ken, you can file a Bivens claim." I said, "What on earth is that?" He said, "Well, some guy named Bivens won a lawsuit similar to this years ago that said if the government hindered you from doing what you're supposed to do, then that time doesn't count. They told the time," or something like that. So in the Bivens suit, we asked for damages, which, by the way, that suit is still going on. We asked for damages for what they did and for the court to rule that my 2255 must be heard on the merits, not just time barred. And then he said, now that you filed a 2255, you can file a Liz Pendens. I said, "What is that?" He said, "That's just a notice that says litigation is pending on this case. And so it advises anybody who might want to buy the property, because the government wanted to sell it. It advises anybody who wants to buy the property that there's still litigation pending and they might want to beware, kind of let the buyer beware kind of thing." It's not technically a lien, it's just a notice that litigation is pending. I said, "Okay." So they're now claiming that because I mailed through the mail a lien on the property, that I tried to defraud the government and that I disobeyed a court order, none of which is true, okay? But they're just so desperate because the same day, or within the same week, I think, I'll have to look at the dates, but I think it was the same day, I also filed a complaint of misconduct against the judge for all the things she did in the case that I thought were wrong and need to be looked at by whoever her boss is, saying, "Look, you need to, this case was wrong in a lot of ways. You know, you can't change the trial transcript. You can't change the jury instruction. You can't withhold evidence of my innocence and know about it and claim you had a fair trial." So I've done everything that I know of. Everything that I know of has been completely lawful. Like 1 Timothy 1:8 says, you know, the law is good if you use it lawfully. So all I did was, just like the Apostle Paul, when he was, being beaten or about to be beaten, he said, "Wait a minute, I'm a Roman citizen." Whoa, and they stopped. Or like in Acts 16, after he was beaten, he said, "No, wait a minute, I want a public apology." They were just going to let him go after the jailer got saved. He said, no, you come down here and let us out. We want the public to know you were wrong, not us. So what I'm trying to do, basically they have filed they've called me back in court now and try me. It's a whole new trial, new charge. The charge is mail fraud, which carries a 20-year sentence if they find me guilty. and let's see, I've got it here in my hand. The charge, that's the big one, mail fraud, and they're also indicting, they're saying, conspiracy to commit mail fraud. They're saying Paul Hansen, the trustee, and I conspired together to do this. Well, I've never met Paul Hansen. They've got him locked up someplace now.
Really? So he's actually been arrested now?
That's what I heard a couple of weeks ago. They came in at gunpoint, SWAT team style in Nebraska, and arrested him, and he's who knows where now. Here's the charge. Well, they always throw 6 or 8 charges at you, too, hoping that at least one of them sticks, because the jury quite often looks at a trial and says, well, he's got 8 charges. Let's find him innocent of 1 or 7 of them and guilty on 1, just, to give the government a little piece of meat. But that 1 will carry a 20-year sentence, too. Okay, Kent Hovind and Paul Hansen did willfully, knowingly, and with intent to defraud, devise and intend to devise a scheme to defraud the United States and for obtaining money and property by means of false and fraudulent pretenses, representations, and promises related to a material fact for the purpose of executing, and in order to effect the scheme and artifice to obtain money, did cause to be sent, delivered, and moved by the United States Postal Service or by any private and commercial interstate carrier, a claim of lien affidavit of obligation with attachments. And they said this is in violation of Title 18 U.S. Code Section 1341. Well, if you look up 1341, it says a 20-year sentence for violating that one. The next count says between May 22nd of 2013 and June 3rd of 2013, in the Northern District of Florida and elsewhere, the defendant Paul Hansen, so they charged me with 4 of them and him with 6 of them. It is just absolutely so ludicrous. I think the whole thing is posted on 2peter3.com, the whole 12-page indictment. But they have put it off now from September 8th to October to November, and now December 1st is the current court date. It looks like that may be postponed because once Paul Hansen gets to Florida, they have to wait 30 days. So it may be now January before we go to trial. So I'll be sitting here in county jail for 2 more months.
And your release date was supposed to be what? July of 2015?
Well, as under the current law, what's called the Second Chance Act, I could have been released last February, 9 months ago, to halfway house, or I'm scheduled to be released this February to home confinement. I'll have to stay home for 6 months, which would be wonderful. All my grandkids live right next door, so I am real ready for that. Home confinement for 6 months. I don't know what all that means and what that requires, but I'll be glad to stay home for 6 months. So the real issue here is it looks like, and everybody that has looked at this says, this is retribution because I filed a tort claim against them, which spells out all their sins and evils. I filed a complaint of misconduct against the judge and against the U.S. attorney, all of which I'm perfectly legitimate, legal, proper for me to do. That's how you're supposed to that's how you're supposed to do things. I haven't done anything illegal, including the Liz pendants. If there is litigation pending, you have a right to file Liz pendants to notify people, hey, if you want to buy this property, be aware there is litigation pending. I would want to know if I was going to buy a piece of property. Here's the definition of Liz pendens. It's Latin from Wikipedia. I would assume it's the same as what the court says. Litigation is Liz pendens is recorded against a piece of property to alert a potential purchaser or lender that the property's title is in question, which makes the property less attractive. So it says a recording office will record a Liz pendens upon request of anyone who claims to be entitled to do so because he has filed a lawsuit. If someone else with an interest in the property believes the Liz pendens is not proper, he can then file suit to have it expunged, which is, I guess, what the government did. I don't know if they filed suit or they just simply did it, but they took the Liz pendens off and sold the property. So there is absolutely no damage done at all, and this is pure retribution. Just we're going to get Hovind. It's a pound of...
This call is from the Center...
So let me just see if I get this straight then. You're basically saying that they're going to charge you with mail fraud because you filed this Liz Pendants about the litigation and they expunged it. And no harm was done, but yet they just want to pin up to 20 years on you just for filing that document?
That is correct. You got it. Now, here's some things people can do, some practical steps people can take to stop this. A, pray, Acts 12:6, Acts 12:5 style, that God steps in. I'd like to see something miraculous. It's been a while. You know, earthquake, hurricane, I don't know. But I'd like God to do something just like, wow, I'm here, folks, and I'm watching this, because this is just plain stupid what they're doing, and evil, in my humble, totally unbiased and correct opinion. So I'd like to see God step in, and people need to pray. Secondly, this whole thing is based on those stupid structuring laws that Congress passed years ago to try to catch drug dealers. They said drug dealers are dealing in cash, and so if any cash transactions are made over $10,000, the bank has to fill out a form. Okay, let the bank fill out a form for every dollar. I don't care what form the bank fills out. So my wife and I, over the many years of the ministry there, took cash out of the bank, which is what the original case was about back in 2006. And they convicted us of structuring transactions, which absolutely did not. The structuring laws say over $10,000 in one day taken out in smaller amounts. You go in the morning, take out $8,000. You go in the afternoon, take out $8,000. That is now structuring transactions to avoid the reporting requirement, according to the law. Well, we took out less than $10,000 every 12 days, not 2 in one day. So the judge changed the jury instructions, which really changed the law to make sure we're found guilty. So I think people need to be bombarding Congress saying, look, would you change this stupid law? It's nobody's business how much money you take out of the bank. If they do have to keep this structuring law in for some reason, it should be very clear this is only for drug money. Innocent people transacting their own business, there's no reason this should be a law that affects them at all. So if Congress passed a law tomorrow that said, we are modifying the structuring laws to say this only applies to money that can be proven to be involved in drug transactions. And anybody in prison who is currently in prison for breaking this law in the past is hereby released. It has to be retroactive. So if Congress would simply pass a modification to the structuring laws, I would go home, and this whole case would disappear.
Now, does it still look like you're going to be able to go home in February, though? I mean, is that still going to happen? Because like you said, it would be great to be on house arrest in February compared to where you are right now.
Well, that will happen if I win at trial or this case is dismissed. But if I don't win at trial or this case is not dismissed and I lose at trial, then I have to go through the appeals process, which will take years. No, then I go back. Next, I would have to go to a higher security prison. I've been at camps for 8 years now. If I get a 20-year sentence, I'd have to go to a penitentiary.
Wow, so basically, if this hadn't have happened, you would be going home in February, and this just happened to happen, like, right before you're about to get released to your house?
You have 60 seconds remaining.
Let me call you back in 1 minute, because I only get 15-minute calls. You got another 15?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
All right. I'll call you right back, brother. Hang up.
All right, talk to you in a little bit. Thanks. Wow, so this is crazy. He's just about to get out. He's been in prison for, what, about 8 years or something, and he was supposed to be released to house arrest in February, where at least he could see his family, be at home. He just can't go anywhere. And then he was going to be fully released in July, but now they just happened to, at the 11th hour, come up with these new charges, and he has to sit there and, fight this thing from prison, which is obviously more difficult to do than if he were... Oh, here he is again. Let's get him on the phone.
This is a Global Tel-Link prepaid call from
Ken Hovind.
an inmate at the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office. This call will be recorded and monitored. Your advance pay account balance is $12.22. For customer assistance, billing inquiries or to block future calls, dial 1-877-650-4249. To hear the cost of this call, press 8 now. To accept this call, press 5 now. This call is subject to monitoring and recording. Do not use three-way or call waiting features during this call. Thank you for using Global Tel Link.
All right, brother. Yeah, I think the real purpose of this case, this new charge, is to cover up their crimes and their errors and their mistakes. Because if Congress does a complete investigation into what happened in the Hovind case, they would most of them would go to jail. They withheld evidence of my innocence. They did a lot of things wrong, and all I want is the truth to be told. I've got nothing to hide in this case. They have lots to hide. So their solution is, hey, let's bury Hovind in prison again.
Just pretty much lock you up and throw away the key, huh?
Exactly what the goal would be. Now, in the initial paperwork the judge put in when she granted the motion for the government, I forget what it was back in, I don't know, June or something. She said the judge has the right to give up to 6 months in prison for contempt of court if without a trial. But she said, I'm ordering a trial on this one, which is a clear indication she wants more than 6 months. She could have just given me 6. She claims it was contempt of court because I was told not to file anything, which is not true. Paul Hansen was told not to file anything, and he didn't. But she's the one who ruled this is his property, this is Kent's property, not ministry property. Okay, well, I didn't get told not to file anything.
Well, now this contempt of court charge, I just remember when I was a kid growing up watching TV, it would be like $50 fine for contempt of court. It actually carries a 6-month jail sentence for contempt of court?
It does now.
Wow.
Here's the problem. One of the many problems here is people have discovered that prison is a giant business. It's a money...
This call is from the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
And congressmen, they own stock in the prison system, and in prison industries, and in prison construction companies, and in companies that supply the clothes and the food and, blah, blah, blah. So it's a giant money-making racket. I think it's even on the New York Stock Exchange, prison industries. You can invest in it. So a simple solution is to say it's against the law for anyone involved in law enforcement or involved in creating the laws, legislators, etc. It's against the law for them to own stock or profit from the prison system in any way.
Claude, come on. Come on to the stage, please. Because you have a lot of information that I have completely forgotten, and it would be valuable. And also, we miss your French little ass. I mean, bot. I mean, your little twinkle nose. Your French little twinkle nose. Come on, Claude, you can do it. Please. Okay, you can play it again.
I'll put a link in there from.
Ah, good. Yeah, because I'm thinking, I'm trying to remember, but it's been so many. There is so much there that, yeah, I cannot remember. But Claude actually knows
that
a bit
ought
or
to be
two.
a crime. Because as it is, if a judge owns stock in the prison system or profits from the prison labor, like sometimes jails will let prisoners go out to work on private people's property, which I think is the case in my case here, where there are prisoners going to,
Claude's here.
Claude! Hi, Claude. Hello.
How are you today?
Yeah.
I'm good. It's just this topic is right up my alley, and you know, Kent is lying his ass off, you know, and then the
Yes.
ridiculous nonsense from Bubblegum, that absolute ass, saying that you don't have to pay tax in America. Of course, you fucking have to pay tax. That's how they actually pay for things, all sorts of things in America. What an ignorant ass that fool is.
Oh
You
my
know, I'm
goodness.
sick of seeing his crap. What a plonker. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. No, you don't have to pay tax in America, of course. Sure. Sure,
Yeah,
Bob.
what an idiot. What sort of an
Yeah.
idiot is this Bubble Gum or whatever his stupid name is? Absolute plonker. God, this show attracts some idiots, and he's all of them actually. But I just, of course, how do you think they would fund things for society if you didn't have to pay tax? How would you do that? You know,
There is no law for income tax, he says.
of course there is.
Of
Yeah,
course
of
there
course
is.
there is. Yeah. Otherwise, nobody would
What?
pay it. What a dumbass.
Exactly. Why?
The great thing is that Hogan, we have him on record saying as he hasn't filed a tax return in whatever number of years. I think it was, I may have that wrong, the numbers, I won't say it. It's quite a few years. So he says that. So we know he doesn't want. And then he gets whines when he gets caught. He structured over 40 times. He took just under the 10,000 because he thought that way he wouldn't get caught. Well, he did get caught, and that's why it's called structuring. Instead of being honest and then saying, "Oh, all right, I did it," and in which case he would have paid us a fine and may have not even gone to jail, he became an ass. And he continued to be an ass. He made lots of false allegations about the judge. I've offered to debate Kent on this, and he's refused. So that tells you everything. He's come up with it. And then what he did this mail order or whatever they call it, he was trying to spoil the sale of the property or lower the price. And it worked because guess who bought the properties when the IRS sold them? Hoven's son. And then Hovan thought that the son would buy them in a knockdown price. The IRS wouldn't get much when he gets out of jail, that the son would give him the property. But of course he didn't. He kept it. Great. Isn't it? There's no honor among thieves. Oh, it's wonderful. You know, they call
Can
themselves
I?
Christians. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's all right. I was on a
But
rant.
I love it. I love it. But bubblegum gun says, show me where, dummies. Go ahead, show me. Please, Logan, is it okay if I share my screen for a second?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. There we go. So this is from the IRS. This is the what's the Internal Revenue something or other. I'm not American, so I don't know. Federal income tax rates and brackets. You pay tax as percentage of your income in layers called tax brackets. As your income goes up, the tax rate on the next layer of income is higher. When your income jumps to a higher tax bracket, blah, 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 blah. There are how to file, when to file, where to file, amend return, your information, blah, 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 blah. Taxable income. Most incomes is taxable unless it's specifically exempted by law. So, except if there is a law that says for some reason that this part of your income you don't have to pay tax on, you have to pay tax on it. That's how it works. This is very simple. Even I understand it. So there in look. Oh, Sutketter, I love you. You're the best as always. Internal. What does it say? Internal Revenue Code Section 1. So, Bubble Gang Gang, don't have kids, please. Or at least don't homeschool them. I mean, please don't homeschool them if you have them already.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, Claude, I need to tell you about this. I'm watching this. It's from my old channel I used to have back in the day. It was crazy.
What was this? Sorry, what was from your
This
old channel?
my old one. And I have like 322 subs.
Yes, that was a good. I don't have that. I think I only have about 200.
And it also has uh one of my videos had 120,000 views.
That's huge.
Yeah, and that's the hot cop lady.
Which one? The what lady?
The hot cop lady.
The hot lady.
Yeah,
Hot cop lady.
yeah.
A hot cock lady. Ah.
Hmm.
What is a lady doing having a cock?
No cop. A cop.
Well, I suppose, it's modern times.
Yeah,
Ladies can. Nowadays they can, apparently.
of
I mean,
course.
hot
Yeah.
cop lady.
Cop.
You
Cop.
like
Ah. Cop. Oh, sorry.
Like
Okay.
like in police.
Police. Okay.
Not
Okay.
please. Not cock please.
Uh,
yeah, today, yeah, that was crazy. What do you think of that old video? I got all kinds of old videos up. I even found a preacher that's more crazier than Steve Anderson. He looked like,
really?
yeah,
Oh.
he's up there like a broken, what's it called, animatronic machine. It's crazy. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Would you like to watch more of that? Steve talks Pastor Anderson. Like,
Yes.
Whatever, yes, because it's so, he's just full of it. And of course, Anderson's a horrible person, but
Yeah.
he was quite sympathetic. But then the truth about him, see, the pattern here is this, right? Haven is never wrong, right? Never.
Yeah.
So he's been married 4 times. 3 of those wives and counting were wrong. He was totally innocent. He structured his taxes. Oh no, he didn't do that. He was never wrong. It was everybody else. He didn't withhold payment for his employees. Oh no, he didn't do that. He was innocent. Everybody else was wrong. Have you noticed the pattern? That's Kent Hovind. Whereas the rest of us own up when we make mistakes or do things that are wrong. He never
Yeah.
does. Never.
wow.
And he is a lying piece of crap, as they say. And Logan, that I challenged him to a debate on this. And
Yeah,
he refused because Claude is an expert on tax matters and tax law. And not like these, these foolish, this bubble gum or what's his other name he calls himself?
Darth
Uh,
Vader.
Dias Soranus, yes. I mean, just a joke. What a fool. So, goodness me. I get very worked up about this. So it's great to be able to come on and straighten them out. And I would love to go head to head with Kent. But what's the sound the chicken makes? Back, 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 back. Yeah, he won't. He won't do it. But carry on. Yes.
Tell me to pause it if you need me to pause it for you.
Yes, yeah.
Trim the hedges and mow the grass, and I don't want to say too much, but just do some investigating, and you'll find that judges and U.S. attorneys and congressmen are making money off of this. So the longer they lock you up, the better they feel about themselves taking some criminal off the street, and the more money they make on the side. It's slave labor. See, people don't realize Hitler not only killed 6 million Jews, he robbed them of everything they had. It was their finances, their wealth, that financed his army for a long time.
Yes,
he stole their
true.
property, stole their houses, stole their
true.
gold.
That's true, but it's not related to Hovind at all.
I was gonna say this has absolutely nothing to do with the prison system in the US, with Hovind or anything. He has to like put the idea of this is I'm being treated just like the Jews during the Holocaust. No,
it's disgraceful,
Kent.
actually, to suggest that his treatment
it's
is the same
disgusting.
as it. It's disgusting. It's like Kent, claiming he's a doctor and he isn't. It's false valor, like someone claiming they have medals and they fought when they never have. And Hovind did get round that. It's his daddy. His daddy was the last survivor of his platoon. His daddy, Hovind, and he's always making military comparisons from what I understand. He was a draft dodger, which is fine, but don't then go and claim to be this great military type thing
No, but
and use those sort of quotes. He's a plunker.
He's the star of stolen valor.
Yes, you're right. Yeah. It's the star of stolen valor. And I don't think you can go much lower than that, And imagine, he doesn't mind if people don't call him doctor or not. Well, I would never call him a doctor. He's not a doctor. But you notice that all those morons run around in his compound and what's his name they call him? Doc. Doc.
Yes.
Well, I call him Cock. He's certainly not a doc.
And we're talking about the type of cock that makes the sound.
Of course. Yeah, Arista.
Yes.
Gold, stole their clothes, took the gold out of their teeth. I mean,
what do you say?
Carry on, but that's ridiculous. Took the gold. They didn't take the gold out of his teeth. He's talking out of his ass.
It's more than just killing the Jews. It's the theft that financed his evil doing. And so it's more than just sending people to prison, which is bad enough. It's the damage they did financially. In the government's mind, they not only sent Kent Hovind to prison, they got $500,000 that I now owe them, $3.5 million they say I owe them, plus about $1.5 million worth of property they think is now all theirs. So it's First Timothy 6:10 all over again. The love of money is the root of all evil. Not all kinds of evil like the perversions say. It's all evil. And my case is the government is in love with money, and they have come after me and put me in prison for 8 years and a week so far, want to put me in prison for much longer, and want to justify their theft of all this ministry property. It is perfectly legal for me to file a lis pendens on property since litigation is still pending, and since the judge said that is Kent's property.
Yeah,
This
man,
could
makes
happen
sense.
to any pastor of any ministry in USA. If
No,
my case isn't
no,
fought
it
and
couldn't.
won,
No, it couldn't.
I think it's
No, most of them are honest. They pay their dues. Kent is not. He didn't pay his dues. This could not going to happen to some other pastor who pays what they should pay. In fact, already the churches and pastors get a lot of tax exemptions. They do. They're very lucky. But
Yep.
Kent had to have it all. Kent is a greedy person. And what he just said about the love of money applies to Kent. Now, I'll give you a modern day example. Kent was, and it's a perfect attitude, different type of tax, but it still shows you what he's like. So Kent decides that he wants to have the roads to DIL, they're too dusty, and he wants them to be paved, sealed, or whatever you call it, instead of a dirt road. You know how the money to do that comes from what? Property taxes. Guess what? Kent's property is exempt from paying those taxes. So why should the local county pave his road when there's heaps of other people with dirt roads or metal roads, whatever, who pay their taxes? What an absolute ass of a person to do that. How could he sleep straight in bed? And that's a great example of everything that say. That is Kent all over. He wants. And you
Yep.
remember he was grizzling because someone um, at his compound couldn't get hospice care and blah blah blah. Guess where the money would have come from to pay for that? Taxes. The taxes he doesn't pay. So what a user. What a user. I just can't believe it. So, and he's
I,
done very, very well financially, and he's sold a lot of stuff. He's made a lot of money. Yeah, he's lost quite a bit because of that, but his family member Eric has got hold of it. So I think
I
that's
mean,
a sweet, delicious irony. Yeah.
yeah, and also the the money that he's, to my knowledge, he hasn't paid the money that he owes the state or the yeah, I guess it's the state, which is why he can't have
Yes,
money now because he has to pay
yeah.
it to, or
That's why he says he owns nothing, right? Remember, he says,
yes,
I own
yes.
nothing. But in an unguarded moment, he talks about his property.
Hmm.
When he gets carried or he's angry at someone at DAL, you're using my electricity to have your 2-minute shower. You're eating my food. You know, you work all week, and my God, you dare to eat his food? You don't get paid. You dare to eat his food and sleep in his houses. It's my
Hmm.
property. And remember, when he was screaming and him and Cindy were yelling at each other, which he was setting up, of course. And she says, "Get out, get out." He says, "This is my house. This is my house." Hey, but then the next thing you'll be saying, oh no, it's God's or it's the
Hmm.
ministries. What a joke. What a joke. This is why he won't go on and debate Claude, because I'm too
Of
smart
course.
for him. And this is why I get upset at the Proverbs guys who blindly and willfully support him. Dan and others. just really, really annoys me that they won't think. They won't use whatever little brain, and I realize they don't have big ones, but whatever little brain that their God has given them, they won't use it. Ugh, Claude gets very
It's
angry.
it's really really frustrating actually,
Mm. But
because
I
I
unlike
can
some of this. Mm.
sorry.
No, carry on.
No, I can, in a way, I can understand why. I can see Hoven's motivation for all of this, because he's a narcissist, and it's self-preservation and he's greedy and all of that. What boggles the mind are the people who follow him and supports him and send their hard-earned money to him.
You are
For
right.
what?
Mm.
For what? So that he can live and do whatever pleases him and abuse people and spread all kinds of nasty poop about people and just being an ass.
Well, notice that he has, whilst he's bemoaning the 2-minute showers of his volunteers, he has a hot tub. That was
Yes.
first revealed by the tech guy Steve on some sort of substance induced rant and midnight visit to DL. Now
Right.
there's Doc's hot tub. Oh, we never knew about that before. He kept that quiet. And then the daily massage and all that. And you know why? Oh, because he's got a bad back. I don't know if he said broken back ever or whatever, but really, really bad. And that's why I put up just the other day this video that one of the visitors had put up of her and their kids going to DAL, and they're going on the real tour. And it looks like fun. And there's Hovan bang 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 jerking on driving that vehicle off road when he has this bad back. So I'll say outright he is telling lies again. You
Of
wouldn't be
course.
doing that with a bad back. And at the same time, he is ranting at his volunteers against video games. That's their recreation. That's what they like. But his is, it's a different era, and his is driving around in 4-wheel drive off road vehicles. It's the same thing as them playing video games, but he's allowed to do his hobby and they're not allowed to do theirs. What an absolute hypocrite. Just
Yep.
disgraceful. And then people send in their hard earned money so he can buy more. And it's quite funny when he puts it into gear at one stage in that little clip. It's not long, you can watch it. It's just over a minute. There's this big groan.
Ooh.
Even the kids notice that. That's just treating a vehicle really badly. No wonder they break down and they have to buy more. But you know,
Of
and
course.
the other thing is, there's been no rain there for a while. So guess what? When it's driving along, he's kicking up dust. The very thing he's
Oh,
complaining about from the government road. So he's just the Claude has. That's why he won't debate me. He won't debate me because I can show him to be wrong every step of the way, including his claims about the judge and those things. And the judge actually treated him very well. He was the author of his own misfortune.
yep.
I
He
haven't been able
effed
to see
around
what
and found out,
the
but he
various
didn't get
idiots
it.
are saying in the comments. I can't because I'm certainly not going to keep responding to this bubble twit. I don't know if he's still there or not
Well,
because I'm on
yeah,
my
he's there, but
phone.
I think he seemed to have uh, given up on the.
Yes, well, you sort of showed him, didn't you? But I mean, that doesn't often stop them. It doesn't often stop ignoramuses. Now, I use that
No,
word advisedly. Someone say, "Oh no, no, Claude, it's not ignoramus, it's ignoramus." Well, in my
no,
case,
it's
this is my word that I made, ignoramus, not only ignorant, but an asshole as well.
Exactly.
So that's a word made up by the clod. I use it quite a lot in the comments and different things. Nobody picks it up, so I, I have decided to reveal that's what it means. It's a special hybrid word made up by the clone.
It's a beautiful word. It's
Want
very
me to continue?
suitable. Yes.
Okay.
It's a major setback for Christians in general in this country, and certainly for ministries in particular. So I feel like,
Dr. Hoban, hang on 1 second.
Yep.
So, Dr. Hoban, what can people do to help? Obviously, pray, but is there anything else that people can do to help?
Well, yes, they can be contacting Congress about doing a complete investigation. See, judges are appointed for life during good behavior, is what the Constitution says very clearly. So Congress has a right to impeach judges if they're not acting in good behavior. And so I think there certainly needs to be an investigation. It's not my job to judge the judge, but it is Congress's job to judge the judge. I filed a complaint with the 11th Circuit, which would be her boss, and they just simply dismissed it, which they always do. Why would they want to get one of their own in trouble when they themselves are doing the same type of thing over and over, you know? It's the wolf watching the hen house. So, but Congress is not under any such obligation. They could do an honest investigation. People should be contacting, especially this new conservative Congress, saying, look, investigate this case from start to finish. And if necessary, impeach the judge or overturn this case and modify the stupid laws that put him in there. It's Congress's fault. They passed these laws. And it might, like the Dred Scott case back in before the Civil War. Sometimes one person, like a runaway slave, Dred Scott, or whatever the situation was there, there's a whole case now named after him because he brought it to a head. I don't need any case named after me, and I sure wasn't looking for this, but there ought to be a Kent Hovind case or something that says, look, what happened here shouldn't happen. Change the laws. Fix this. So there needs to be a full investigation. Congress needs to be inundated with letters, certainly to change the structuring to include only drugs, not the average person take.
It didn't work, did it? It didn't work. Because they already did that and they tried for the presidential pardon and all that sort of thing. It didn't work. Hogan lost every appeal, and so he's just clutching at straws. As for impeaching the judge did nothing wrong, and she did not make the statements that Kent says. In fact, a Christian woman who was present in the court has actually it's actually up on YouTube, and I just can't remember her name, but I think I've put a copy of it. Certainly Big Bad Mum has referred to it at some stage, has stated that she was in the court and she made notes all the way through, and that it was Kent's son who compared his crime to being treated as worse than I don't know if you can say that, so I'll say a rapist. And not the judge. It was definitely not the judge that said that. Kent keeps on making that claim. He is lying. He is lying like he does so often. And it's all part of the thing that Kent is always innocent in his marriages, in his relationship with his family. You know, his kids don't want anything to do with him. Hey, but it's their fault. His brother doesn't want anything to do with him. Oh, it's his brother's. His sister doesn't want anything to do with him. It's her fault. He is this complete narcissist, absolute proven narcissist, and liar that will do anything. All he had to do was pay his tax. And yes, that law for structuring initially came in for people who were criminals and not paying taxes. But it doesn't matter whether you're a criminal or not. If you're not paying, and you're your proceeds are from crime. If you're still not paying your taxes, you are breaking the law. And structuring, you're breaking the law, even if you're a so-called ministry. Render unto Caesar, Kent. Render unto Caesar. But that, because Kent's very fond of his Bible's literally correct, according to him, which is another thing that we can talk about. But um, for someone who believes the Bible is literally correct, he certainly has a strange attitude to what the Bible tells him to do when it comes to paying taxes. No wonder he doesn't want to argue with the Claude.
Oh
Of
no,
course not.
the Claude. No one can beat the Claude. Right,
Well,
Claude?
not on those matters. Yes, I can be beaten on many things. Science, I'm not going to debate him on science because I'm not an expert in that field. It's great, to have Big Band Mama, who's a geologist,
Hmm.
because he knows that science. And he has a scientific mind. He could thrash Kent on that. He can beat Achilles. Mind you, that wouldn't be hard. So, I think it's just wonderful that we have some people in the community. You're like you as with Egyptology, So when people come on and they have expertise in the field, to see these ignoramuses uh, trying to challenge it, it's just like a comedy. But it's a
It sure
sad
is.
comedy. It's a sad comedy because some of these people have offspring or will do one day, and these kids are going to grow up ignorant and a laughing stock.
Oh,
In
Claude.
society, you
Yeah.
need to be prepared to pay your dues. Sorry,
Yes.
Oh, that's
Gangster.
that's all right. Miss Mons wants to know if she can beat you.
Well, she could beat me in certain fields like a dungeon and handcuff work. Yes, she can beat me in that because I'm not an expert in that, like missing minors. But she'll never beat me on tax law. But she can beat me on and indeed she is apparently going to when I come to visit. I'm going to get beaten.
Uh,
all in fun, of course.
oh,
Of course.
yeah, Steve Anderson actually turned on Kent later on when he was
Yes,
out
he
of
did.
jail and got
Mm,
divorced again.
yeah. Well, he saw the truth and he saw the manipulation. So Kent, manipulated a verse from the Bible that says, when an unbeliever departs, then you can get remarried again, or something like that. I don't know the exact one. And he said, everywhere when the Bible talks about a believer, it talks about a believer in God, or an unbeliever in God. Oh no, Kent said this verse was an unbeliever in the marriage. What? That's not what that verse says at all. So
No.
he just manipulates and uses that, and any Christian out there would know that he's manipulating that verse
Yeah,
to suit himself. What a liar.
yeah. You want me to continue?
Oh yes, carry on, sorry.
Taking their own money out of their own bank to pay their own bills. All Gideon had in the book of Judges, chapter 7, was light and noise. Blow the trumpet, shine the light. John 3:19 says, men love darkness rather than light because their deeds are evil. Well, the more light that gets shown on this case, the better. It's just going to expose the evil. As I've said many times, I have nothing to hide. Please, investigate everything. They're going to tell me on the witness stand, we swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I would love to tell the whole truth, but they won't let me. I promise you. I can predict it in advance. They will stop me if I try to tell the whole truth.
No.
They'll say that's not relevant to this case.
Sorry.
It is all relevant to this case.
Kent had his chance. And if he chose, he had his chance in his trial. to give evidence. He didn't do it. Now, first of all, he thinks he's a legal brain himself, and we all know that the man who has himself for his own legal client or his own lawyer has a fool for a client. The man who is his own lawyer has a fool for a client. So you don't do that. And you go to a proper lawyer with expertise in that area, and you don't have people that call themselves paralegals, and one of them is this handsome guy, you know, the one that discovered Chris Jones in the tent with that boy. You don't take any notice of him and his legal advice. And you don't take any notice of Brady Byram, you know, that one that had that relationship, shall we say, with his own daughter. These are Kent's friends, right? We're talking about these dreadful people. Anyway, Kent chose to rely on them as well as having a lawyer. So you can imagine Kent. What is it? There's a saying: you don't buy a dog and bark yourself. So you don't pay for a proper lawyer and then tell that lawyer what to do, or have your legal, paralegal friends telling that lawyer what to do. That's what Kent did. It was a stupid mistake. This whole thing could have been solved with very, very little prison time. And you know, the real tragedy is that took Kent's wife to jail too.
Yeah.
Not for 9 years, but for a year, because she was following his orders. Well, how do we know that? Because that's how Kent runs his house. He expects his woman, his wife, to do what he's tells them. So she was doing what she was told, and that's why we also have a recording from jail where he's talking to Joe, and she's asking him, please change, be a different person when you get out, learn something. And he's being stroppy. Oh no, blah 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 blah. Maybe you need to change, she says.
Yeah.
He says, and you know what she replies to him? Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yes,
That.
sir. She's a broken woman. What a. It is wonderful that that is there as absolute proof to the kind of ass Kent is. So no wonder when he gets out, you think he's going to go home. You know, he's got, what's that guy, that dreadful family with all these kids and counting. What's that guy's name? And is in the car to pick him up from prison. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Uh,
Billy Bob or something. Jim
yes.
Bob
Yeah.
Duggar.
Jim Bob. Jim Bob.
Jim Bob Duggar. You know, they're all
Yeah.
like, well, he thinks he's going home for a bit of rumpy pumpy with his wife, and when he gets home, there's no. He's in the separate room down the road. You know, and because he has not changed, he wrecked that marriage. He wrecked that marriage. He is totally, totally at fault. And then you have the second wife worried that he's up to it all again because she sees what's going on with the finances and the ministry, you know. It's just a pattern of repeat. And, you know, it's something my own father said to me once. Often he's used to people with tax and law issues. It was a similar field. And he said once they do this, they get into a pattern, they just repeat it no matter what. And they're never responsible for their actions. But Ken had plenty of chance to give evidence. He was heard, had the opportunity to be heard. He didn't do it. It's his fault. Carry on.
Case. So the only way now is for the media. You know, right now they're blasting me all over the news here in the Panhandle of Florida, because that's one way that they can taint the jury pool. If all of the jurors have seen my mugshot on TV and heard the negative news about me, then when they select a jury, I don't go in there with the jury believing I'm 100% innocent. I go in there with the jury undecided, which is totally wrong. The jury should believe you are totally innocent until proven guilty. And that sounds good, like platitude, and it used to be that way. But with what's going on here, you're questionable till proven guilty.
Now, are you going to have a lawyer in this trial, or are you just going to be stuck with like a public defender or something like that?
Well, we have a public defender, and that's all we can afford. They're free. If somebody wants to pay for a lawyer, tell them please do. I don't know who I would get or what it would cost, and if it could be done on this short notice, but it looks like the date might have to be moved to January, but the current date is 3 weeks from yesterday.
Well, we know one lawyer that is not going to be is David Gibbs from the.
Aiden's here.
Hello, everyone. Yes, hello.
The club is
Hello,
multiplying.
It is right. Baltosis. It is much like mitosis, except it is with the balls. Yes, there is always two balls.
And sometimes they're
Only
in the
two?
air. The funny thing is, this case that Kent talks about, the jury said he was innocent. They didn't find him guilty on this charge. So he was lucky. He was very lucky. I understand it was just by one juror. So, he got nothing to complain about as far as
Well,
that
he's trying
second.
to cover himself for if that goes against him, right? All of a sudden, if the jury is found in his favor, then all these things that he's complaining about become moot points that are put in the background. This didn't make. You'll notice that this phone call didn't make the documentary that Stephen Bolin propagated,
No.
because all of a sudden, when
Interesting.
the trial swings Kent Hoven's way, my mugshot being all over the place doesn't matter anymore. Sorry, I gotta go.
Oh, have you gone? Oh.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
gone.
He comes and goes, and he's like a
Maybe he can come back a bit later. Sorry, carry on.
yes.
Okay.
The Christian Law Association.
I was so shocked that he testified against me at trial. I said, "What, David? What are you doing?" Oh, gee. Also, in Philippians chapter 1, Paul said, his bonds had caused the gospel to be spread further. I hope, win or lose, that people will look at this and say, wow, I better get busy and serve God and win souls and spread, DVDs. We've always let people copy my DVDs and give them away. That's still our policy. Please do. So for the gospel's sake, I need to defend my reputation and my name, because people right now think, oh, Kent Hoven's a criminal, therefore don't listen to any of his stuff on creation. Now, if people want to do something with legal defense, they can contact Ernie Land, Land. His email is docfog, like a document, DOCFOG, docfog@docfog.com. They can say, Ernie, can we help? I know a good lawyer. We think we can do it on short notice, and or maybe some lawyer would want to do it for free just to be famous. That I can promise him. I'll make his name well known if he wants to come defend me. My public defender is doing a good job, but they seldom win, and they have to go back in front of this judge over and over, and so they're, I think, a little reluctant to really come in swinging. Whereas a lawyer with no ulterior motive would be more likely to really come after him. So I think pressure on Congress would help. I think pressure on the Justice Department. Say, look, would you call off the dogs in Pensacola? You guys this is a frivolous case. What are they going to gain from this? If they win and lock me up for 20 years, what would they gain? It's going to cost the taxpayers a fortune. The prosecution is already costing a fortune, and they don't gain a thing. They already sold the property. They sold the property. Nothing is to be gained. Guys like Paul Rand and the Tea Party, they ought to be getting phone calls by the hundreds or by the thousands saying, look,
This call is from the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
I think the Commerce Department ought to be getting involved, saying, why are you wasting our money on all this? See, all through the Bible, you see hundreds of examples where people, politicians and leaders, they did or did not do something that they wanted to because they feared the people. Well, if enough people call and they say, whoa, we better not do that. Herod feared the people and did not do certain things. And
That's just
people is ultimately
ridiculous.
where it comes down to. And Christians are notoriously famous for not getting
That this
involved in
is
political things like they should. Founding fathers of
this
this.
is interfering in the justice system, which is separate from government, and then it's separate for a good reason: the separation of church and state. And to think that justice could be done by some sort of popularity contest or by harassing your congressperson is just ludicrous. And it's just an example of the lengths to which this desperate man will go. Thank God we don't live in any form of theocracy where he's got
Yes.
something to do with it. But if you want to see what it's like, go to DAL because that's a miniature version. Because he's the boss. You'll hear this many times. I'm the boss. I make the decisions. If you don't like it, piss off. He doesn't say piss off. He says something else off. You can go. And that's exactly what it would be like if the likes of Hogan were in control of anything larger than DAL. In a dreadful state
The
of
horror.
affairs. And remember the way he's done his investigations there. Remember that. Two of his wives warned him that one of the tech guys was up to no good and was involved in substances, shall we say, and maybe the ministry finances. He ignored those two wives. He ignored them. And then eventually the evidence, because clearly that guy had something on Kent. That's what was happening. So this is this great man of God, this great man, this great fair judge and fair operator of his little world. And he ignores something. And then later on says, nobody can have alcohol or drugs at DAL. Which he may as well have said, except Tech Steve. Because that's what happened. That's a fact. That's a fact. We're not speculating here. No wonder he doesn't want to debate the client.
Country back in 1776, boy, they got involved, and the British were scared stiff of the 5th Regiment, the Black Suit Regiment, the pastors, because they'd fire their people up from the pulpit saying, look, do something, get out there, this is wrong. And all they did in the Declaration was publicly list all King George's sins. And man, did King George get mad. He sent a
To
whole
my
army over
knowledge,
here to
there
wipe
was
them out.
no Black
All
Suit
I have done is
Regiment.
public.
To my knowledge, the whole thing about the Black Suit Regiment is, let's say, unsubstantiated, or rather, it's a lie. There never was one. That is, to my knowledge. I could be wrong. I cannot swear by it, and I will not swear by it. But yeah.
Publicly list on 2peter3.com in my complaints. Here's what they did wrong. They withheld evidence of my innocence. They changed the jury instructions. They seized church property for a personal tax bill. I have publicly listed what I think is done wrong in their case, and they hate me for it. Well, please help. I don't know what else I can do besides shine the light and make the noise.
So basically, you are going to trial in January for this new frivolous charge, but you're also scheduled to be released to house arrest in February. So is pretty much the only way you're going to make it out of prison in February if you win this case?
Correct. That is correct. If I do not win, I will not go home.
And what are the chances that the trial is actually going to be finished in January? Because with my experience with going to court, it seems like things drag on and continuances, and I mean, hopefully it'll be actually a speedy trial like the Sixth Amendment guarantees you.
Well, this has already dragged on for many months. I'm in county jail in pretty miserable conditions. and have been here, since I was given a furlough, a bus ticket, and $50 to go from Berlin, New Hampshire, down to Maxwell Air Force Base, which is in Montgomery, Alabama.
You have 60 seconds remaining.
Showed up in Montgomery. I was there for 4 or 5 days, and they hauled me out to county jail. Never told me why. That was in the beginning of May, and I've been in county jail ever since. They've moved me 4 times, but I still don't know why they kept me and took me out of Maxwell. But that's probably all part of it. They've had my property. They can plant stuff in there if they want. Do you want me to call back one more time, brother?
Yeah, sure. It said I have $12. I put $25 on there because I thought it was going to last longer than what it did. I didn't know that it was like 50 cents a minute.
Yeah, they take out $7 every time you do a transaction. I'll call right back.
Yeah, call me back. Yep, thanks.
Mark's here.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I guess it would help if I plug in my microphone. How's everybody doing
You
today?
can try. You can try, but it's not right.
Yeah.
How are you today, Mark? Did you have fun with your thingamajiggy?
My drone, I sure did.
That's good. Claude's here. Hi, Claude.
Hey, Claude, how's it going?
Hello. Claude has
You got
been
a bit
on
of a-
fire.
Yeah, he got a bit of a debate, argument with BBG bubblegum.
Yeah.
Gun. Yeah, over the taxing. Right, Claude?
Well, if bubblegum was right, which he isn't, then nobody would pay tax. The whole justice system would fall apart. There'd be no police. There'd be no defense. There'd be all those things provided by taxes. There wouldn't be any because nobody would pay it. What a load
No
of rubbish
roads,
he
no
speaks.
railways, no no lights,
Yeah, what do you think, Mark?
nothing.
Yeah.
Marcus.
It's ultimately ironic that Kent complains about his conviction when he knows good and well he broke the law. He admits to it on this video earlier. He's like, I was just taking transactions, my own money under $10,000. Well, when you do that in a consistent pattern, it shows that you're avoiding the reporting requirement for large amounts of money. It was clear from the evidence that Kent had done that multiple times.
Yeah, this video's from my old channel. Had before. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yes. Did you have fun with your drone?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Went out
Yeah,
flying this morning. Doing a little tuning, trying to get some wobbles that I've been experiencing in forward flight out. It's not as bad as I make it out to be, but I'm kind of nitpicky when it comes to my drone and how it flies.
You serious?
That's good.
Oh yeah, very serious, super serious.
Did you say you saw this video before?
I
I've
say
never
that?
seen
No.
it before.
Did you?
Have I seen it? No, I don't think so. Maybe I've seen clips from it, but I don't think I've seen the whole thing.
No, I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's an old video where Pastor Steve Anderson talks to Ken. It was crazy. Yeah, it's crazy back in the day. You want me to continue?
Sure.
Tell me to pause it if you need to say anything.
Okay.
All right, so we're waiting for Dr. Hovind to call us back, but I just can't believe it because I've been sitting there counting down until he was going to get out, and then all of a sudden now he's facing this in January. Hopefully the trial actually goes quickly. He's declared not guilty, or the thing gets thrown out. But talk about just being right down to the wire when he was supposed to be going on house arrest in February, because being on house arrest wouldn't be that bad. He could see his family, his grandkids, and everything else. All right, here he is again.
This is a Global Tel Link prepaid call from
Kenhoven.
an inmate at the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office. This call will be recorded and monitored. Your advance pay account balance is $8.39. For customer assistance, billing inquiries, or to block future calls, dial 1-877-650-4249. To hear the cost of this call, press 8 now. To accept this call, press 5 now. To decline this call, hang up. This call is subject to monitoring and recording. Do not use three-way or call waiting features during this call. Thank you for using Global Tel Link.
All right, yes, brother. On the phone, no matter how much you put on, they're going to take off $7 or $6.95 for a transaction fee. If you put $100 on or put $10 on, they deduct $7 right away, and then it's about $4 per call after that. And one thing that would really help is if other people like yourself, who have a voice that can be heard, because mine's a little limited right now. I'm down at the bottom of the well and need even to pull me out. But if other people want me to call in and do similar talks like this, I'd be thrilled. Tell them how to do it with the phone, or put something up on your website and say, look, Kent will be glad to call you, but it's going to cost you $4 a call plus a $7 fee.
Well, it's not too bad, because it just told me that I have $8 left on my account. So we're three calls in, and I've only spent $17 so far. So it goes a long way.
Yeah. The first $7 was a transaction fee, which if you put $100 on it, it still was taking out $7. But anyway, yes, this would really help. It helps me, to be able to tell the truth. If you look at Paul in that book of Acts, several times he was called up and he shared his testimony. Hey, here's what happened. I was on the road to Damascus. I got knocked down, and I got saved, and he defended himself. Hey, I've done nothing wrong. Now, even though Paul defended himself and had done nothing wrong, he was hauled all over the Roman Empire for several years. And several times they left him in prison for 2 years, just for no reason, So I feel I'm going to have a good time talking to Paul when I get to heaven. I'm sure no Apostle Paul, but I can understand some of what he went through.
Going to heaven.
But I think the other thing that's happened, it's been really, really good.
What do you say?
I said, I don't think Kent is going to heaven. And not because I don't believe in heaven. Even if there is a heaven, Kent's not going.
Do you think he's going to Chicago?
I hope not for Chicago's sake. I hope he stays put in the ground.
What if he goes to Mars?
Yeah, why not?
What if he goes to live with Claude?
Oh no, I would never hope that for Claude.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
If Claude likes gardening, then maybe he could use the ashes to. But no, you wouldn't want to eat vegetable that's been fertilized with. Never mind. I'm gonna be quiet now, okay?
Million ways. I've written 30-some books from prison. I wrote my book on end times that you and I discussed that one time, on what on earth is about to happen. That's up on 2peter3.com and on Amazon. I would not have gotten my theology.
This call is from the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
Had I not come to prison, I probably would not have gotten my theology straight on post-trib, pre-wrath rapture. So that was a blessing. I don't think the Lord needs to keep me here any longer. I've got it, Lord. Got it. Yes, sir. Let's go home now. I changed. So I think that's been good. And I think thousands of people have been motivated to spread the videos more and to become more active in ministry because of my bonds. So, maybe it's got a Philippians chapter 1 effect of, helping others get motivated. But media right now is what, especially before trial, is one of the biggest things that we need, and especially in the panhandle. Letters to the editor, articles to newspapers, news media, because that's what the government's doing. They're feeding them all kinds of stuff to prepare them to find this guy, guilty till proven guilty. Exact opposite of what our Constitution's founded on.
Well, speaking of the post-trib rapture stuff, the film After the Tribulation that you were able to participate in has been viewed on YouTube over 2.5 million times, because we've encouraged a lot of other channels to upload it, and one version of it has 1.7 million, but if you add up all the different uploads of After the Tribulation, it has like 2.5 million views. And so that was another thing that, God used you to do while you've been in prison.
Well, amen. I'll help any way I can. Maybe you can do one on our justice system. I think it'd be good if all the jurors, Christians in general, are pretty ignorant of how the law works, but if they're ever called up for jury duty, most jurors do not understand, and they need to understand, that they have a right to completely ignore that judge's instructions. You can ignore everything she says and vote your conscience.
Yeah, jury nullification. Jury nullification. And you know what? I remember when I was in court, I couldn't believe how the instructions to the jurors saying, you must interpret the law exactly as I give it to you. And I thought that they must have to justify their not guilty verdict, but in reality, they can just say not guilty because they feel like it. And so people need to be educated about jury nullification. But I think that would be a great documentary about the justice system, and I think that the title for the film is The Prison Industry.
Excellent. Well, please count me in. I'll help any way I can. I've got a whole list of things that I think ought to be done. That Congress should change the laws. Nobody involved in putting people in jail should profit from it a second time by putting them in longer so they can make money off of it. This is just pure evil. They ought to go to prison for that. I can give you a whole list of ideas. Plus, in the federal system, you're supposed to be housed within 500 miles of your family. That's one of their policies, and I am so sick of the word policy, the way the feds misuse that. Okay, well, I was housed way outside that 500-mile circle for years. So a real simple solution is to make Congress pass a law that says federal inmates have to be housed within, I change it to 300 air miles. Must be housed within 300 air miles of their family, unless they consent to being housed further away.
So where are you right now, actually? Because I know you were really far from your family for a while, but aren't you closer now?
Yeah, I'm 30 miles from home now. This is great. Get to see the kids and the grandkids, and it's wonderful. But what they could do with Congress, they could pass a law that says every day you're housed outside that circle, or every day you're in transit being hauled around, or every day you're in county jail, counts as 4 days off your sentence. That would motivate the feds to get on the ball. The only language they speak is money. They don't speak any other language. So you have to hit them in the pocketbook to get anything done, and it'd be very simple. If you're in county jail, that counts quadruple time. If you're being transported around, it took them to get me from Pensacola to South Carolina, took 2 months. It doesn't take 2 months to drive from Pensacola to South Carolina.
Wow.
They put you in they got a transfer center in Tallahassee. They've got a transfer center in Marianna, Florida. They got a transfer center, a huge one in Atlanta, Georgia. They got a giant one in Oklahoma. They got one in Victorville, California. They got them all over the place. And so what they do is they keep track. Okay, we have X number of beds at these transfer centers. We have to keep them full to keep our people employed. So let's keep transferring people around for whatever reason. Let's move them here, move them there, and they get actually more money out of the federal government for transporting people. And they got U.S. Marshals whose full-time job is driving a bus and hauling people around the country. It's a giant transportation system to haul people around. Okay, they're making money off of it. Make it where it costs them money. You want to transport people? Great. They get 4 days off their prison time. Oh, but then we're going to lose our prisoners. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, good. They can actually go home to their families where they belong. I'm sure you've read the book The Gulag Archipelago by Alexander Solzhenitsyn, but whenever you talk about this, that's what it reminds me of. But can you just tell me, what have you been up to lately? Just what's your life like these days? Just your everyday life. I mean, what are you doing in prison right now?
Well, I'm in the Santa Rosa County Jail. There are 48 men in this, they call it a pod. There's a large triangle-shaped open area with one TV blasting all day long, full blast, stupid shows like You Are Not the Mother kind of stuff, And then we have individual cells with the rolling gates that have the jail bars just like you see on TV. So at night at 11 o'clock, we go in and they roll the gate shut and lock us in, two of us in each cell, which is about 7 feet by 12 feet. And you have bunk beds in there and a desk. And you get out at 5:30 in the morning, and you're free to wander around in the open room or go back to the doors are just open. In my cellmate is a 26-year-old young man who goes home any day. His mom has surgery tomorrow night. 3 o'clock she has to go in the morning for heart surgery, triple bypass, so pray for her. But he has been such a blessing. We get along great. He's a royal blessing. But we have Bible study in my room 4 times a day. After every meal, about anywhere from 6 to 12 guys come in, sit on the floor, cram on the bunk beds, sit on the desk and on the chair, the 2 little stools, and we have Bibles. It is incredible. We've gone through the entire Old Testament, and we're now halfway through Matthew, and the guys are growing like crazy. It's like a college course. In 2 months, you get what you'd get in a whole 2 years of college. So that's really fabulous. This has been a royal blessing. Since I've been in prison, the whole 8 years, I've written 37.
This call is from the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
I've read over 1,500 books. I have answered over 15,000 letters. I have led over 500, maybe close to 700 people to the Lord now, and try to disciple them. I think I've made over 10,000 of those little bookmarkers for people that I send out. That's been a blessing. So I can see why so much of the Bible is written from prison or captivity, or by people who have experienced one of those two, because it gives you such a different perspective on life. I will forever be an advocate of shutting this entire thing down. In God's law, you either get a fine, a beating, or an execution. The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul, Psalm 19. If we would follow God's law, it would be so much better. If someone commits a crime, give them an option. Do you want 5 years in prison or 20 lashes?
I have a question about that. What if they had that law when he came in there? What do you think would have happened?
I mean, first of all, there's a reason that nowadays when someone commits a crime, we don't chop off their hand, kill them, make them run into a field where they have to throw themselves on spears. We don't cut out their tongue, chop off their ear, beat them half to death. Say what you will about prisons today, they are still better than ever before in human history. Take the worst prison system, the worst jail in the worst prison system in the worst country you can think of, and it's still better than it was. So I don't think he really wants to go back to those times. He's just uneducated.
Terry, she said maybe if we did, they would stop.
No. Well, if we kill everyone who commits a crime, yeah, then they will stop. But
what if their ghosts start
full
hunting?
tyranny? What did you say?
What if their ghosts start hunting you?
Yeah, but ghosts can't steal. Is it a crime to haunt someone? I don't
Wow.
know.
What do you
Maybe.
think? What do you think, Claude?
It's kind of stalking, if you think of
Maybe.
it.
Yeah. What do you think, Claude? Are you there, Claude? He
Claude got
disappeared.
raptured.
Oh no. What do you think, Mark?
What was the question?
Do you think they should do what Kent says and start whipping or executing criminals?
I think it would be hilarious to see Kent get whipped. I mean, if that's what he's going to advocate for,
True.
by all means.
He might have picked up some interesting hobbies in jail that we don't really know of. That's why he wants to.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yes, it is.
But you know what? Every single person would choose the beating if that were the choice. And yet people say that the beating is inhumane, yet locking someone in a cage is what's actually inhumane.
Well, if someone rapes your daughter and he's put in prison for 20 years, now she has to work at a job and pay taxes to feed that guy for the next 20 years. She's being raped again.
Pause.
She has to worry about him getting out.
Pause. But this is hilarious that he uses that example, because according to the Bible, if a woman gets raped, who's an unwed woman gets raped, she has to marry her rapist. So is that better? I mean, personally, if it happened to me, I'd much rather that my tax money went to keeping the a-hole rapist in prison rather than I had to marry him and become his property. But that's just me. I mean,
What about you, Mark? Would you marry him, Mark?
Would I marry who? My rapist?
Yeah.
Would I marry my rapist?
Yeah.
Depends on the circumstances, to be honest. And you can't rape the willing, so there's that.
Oh my.
Out someday. Would be much better if somebody rapes your daughter, he needs to be executed publicly, and she needs to watch, and then she can go spit on his grave every day for a few days or weeks or months until she heals up psychologically, and the rapist's wife and family can go on with their life, and nobody has to pay for their food for the next 20 years.
You know, it's so refreshing. It's so refreshing to hear you say that, because, these days, if you try to point people to Old Testament scriptures to get a guideline on what the justice system should look like, they think that you're crazy. But it's like you said, the law of the Lord is perfect. There's no prison in the Bible. It's like you said, either a fine, a beating, or death. And yet if you try to point out, hey, homosexuals should be executed, people just kind of freak out when you show them things like that. But they have no problem putting somebody in a cage because they possessed a plant.
Right, and put them in for 40 years. And now who's paying their grocery bill? And what's their wife supposed to do? A guy gets a...
Yep.
I'm not going to comment on that. We all knew that he is what he is. But it's nice to know that someone out there wants to kill you, I guess.
It's crazy. He talks to Ken about, I forgot about it. It's been a long time since I saw this. Yeah, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
A life sentence or a 10-year, 20-year, 30-year sentence. What's the wife and kids supposed to do now? Wait for him? I can tell you right now, 85% don't. They get divorced.
I know they're basically just destroying someone's life when they put them in prison because 85% of the time they're going to lose their wife, 100% of the time they're going to lose their job, and then they're going to have to carry around that felony on their record and everything. It's just it's a horrible system. I wish people would figure that out.
Well, I think there's a bigger picture. Once you're a felon, you can't have firearms. And so it's another way to disarm the population, just like Hitler took away the guns and then instituted his one world government, This has been the universal way they always do it. So if there are people in prison that have been found with one empty bullet casing on their floorboard, one empty shell, but because they were a felon, they now have to go to prison for 5 years.
Wow, that's ridiculous.
Really the solution, it's Congress is the solution for all of these. And that is people calling, saying, look, change these stupid laws.
Well, and the sad thing is a lot of people that are conservative Christians will support, Republican candidates who say, hey, we're tough on crime. But what they don't realize is that when these politicians say that they're tough on crime, they're talking about locking people up like you for 9 years or, putting people in prison for 20 years because of a drug offense. What percentage of people, because you've been in prison, you've been around people in prison, what kind of people are in prison with you? What percentage of them are actually violent criminals that you think belong there?
I would say in my 8 years of the thousands and thousands I have been locked up with 24/7 and get to know very well.
You have 60 seconds remaining.
Most of them I would hire to work for me in a heartbeat, and I don't know of maybe 5 that are violent that probably should have been executed. The rest should have gotten a fine. I've asked them, would you rather have if you had gotten a beating, would it be do better? Yeah, they say, yeah, I'd get the beating. I wouldn't do it again. It's a better deterrent. It's a whole lot cheaper. All right, we're out of time, brother. When can I call you back? I got dinner on the table here, so if you call it dinner. When's a good time?
Yeah, just you want. Well, you can call me back anytime. You mean later today?
Okay, sounds good. I'll see what I can do. Thank you.
All right.
You're a blessing.
Sounds good. Talk to you soon.
All right, bye.
All right, well, that was it, folks. Dr. Ken Hovind reporting from prison. Be praying for him because this is a terrible situation. I know a lot of people have been counting down for his release, and, I keep telling people are always asking me, hey, when is Ken Hovind getting out of prison? And I always tell them, July 2015, July 2015. And then I had heard this even better news that he's going to be on house arrest as early as February, and at least be able to, live a fairly normal life and be in his house with his family. I guess they just put an ankle bracelet on him or whatever. But now there's a really great chance that he's not going to get out in February if this thing in January doesn't go the right way, this ridiculous new charge that he's being charged with. So we really need to be praying for Brother Ken Hovind that he actually gets released to house arrest in February. And for those of you that maybe aren't that familiar with this case, he hasn't done anything, violent or anything that's biblically wrong here. He's in prison just because of IRS, technicalities, paperwork, taxes, just all kinds of dumb things. And so, it's really sad that they would put a guy like Dr. Ken Hovind in prison for over 8 years now, just because of all this financial junk. And, other people are out molesting children and doing all kinds of other horrible, violent things, and they're getting the exact same sentence that Dr. Hovind is getting, or even shorter sentences. So be praying for him, and also, check the comments. I'm sure people will put suggestions of who to contact, congressmen to contact, and where to send your letters and stuff like that. But God bless you, and thanks for tuning in.
All right.
What do you thought of that, everybody?
Pure insanity.
Yeah.
Actually, there was one thing I
Doesn't
was
like
thinking
squeaky
about.
toys.
What do you say?
it's
Oh,
it was
Oh, sorry, my
really
daughter was trying to
really.
get my dog to play with a squeaky toy.
Oh,
what are you gonna say?
Mhm.
Oh,
it was really really strange to hear that Steven Anderson actually can speak and not just scream. But I mean, the things he said was just a smile. But still, yeah, that was interesting.
Did
But
he
I'm
convince you
wondering
that
what
he's innocent?
yeah. Well, yeah. I think the second video they get into more. I don't think I have it, but the second video that I think they got more into about the saying about Steve Anderson talking about putting people to death.
Oh,
Hmm.
He's a crazy guy. What
yeah,
do you
and
say?
just something like that. The the last few moments there of the video where he was talking, the guy is complaining and believing that Hovind should not be in prison for committing legitimate crimes. He's broken the law. Those are the consequences. But he thinks that it's not just okay, but commanded by God to kill someone because of how they were born. Because they love someone that Steven Anderson doesn't want them to love. That's insanity. And it kind of makes me wish hell was real.
Yeah, it's crazy. Are you there? Are you there,
Yeah,
Claude?
because that's just beyond disgusting.
Yeah, that's where what's his name got that from? Matt Powell.
Oh, it doesn't surprise me. Such fine gentlemen.
Yeah,
Really Christ-like.
it's crazy. We see that, Marcus.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Would you like to show your if you want to, you can show your thingamajiggy, the Rome video.
Hmm.
I'm just working with some new software that I've
Oh,
discovered.
that's nice.
It's video stabilization for drones. It's pretty cool.
Oh, nice. Miss Outcast, did you saw yesterday's show where Bruce came out? It was crazy.
No, I slept all day. I was so happy when I woke up because it was only like 1 or 2 in the afternoon. And next thing I know, it's like, I can't remember, like 11 at night, 11:30 at night. And then I saw today that you had the show. So no, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it was
Poor me.
crazy, right, Mark?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, I heard you had a brawl.
A little
A
bit.
little bit.
Bruce and I got into it.
Yeah, he gets an argument with everyone, like Steven and both Steven and Mark. Is that crazy?
Sure.
Wait, did Bruce argue with both?
Yeah. No, not same time, but on
Oh,
their
okay.
show. Yeah, like that one time.
Okay.
Is that crazy? He gets an argument with everybody,
Yeah.
and he's definitely mad at Aiden.
Of course.
He does it. Definitely did like the time Aiden cussed at him. I guess. Yeah, it's
He's just a very scared and insecure man. That's it. Or that's
yeah.
all. I mean, not that.
It was so funny. He came out. I think it was on Murder Pike show. He came on as the Tony guy from the Mafia shows.
Yeah. Yes.
That was it's just so funny. Oh, yeah, it was all crazy. Like, do you think? Uh, I'm wondering why did it show that in the documentary? You know, why, Mark?
Not a clue.
Oh,
I guess because they're dishonest.
oh. Well, you ever heard this one guy on here on YouTube, Pat? Then last name Condell.
No.
Yeah, have
What
you?
was his name?
Pat Condell, I think. Condell.
No, never heard of. I don't think no.
Yeah, he used to be on here too. And here's crazy guys. Did you ever heard of G-Man?
Yes.
I have a video of him taking him and what's his name fighting Dragnet. It was crazy. They used to have a fight. I'm not sure anymore. I think I might have saw his video before. Like he might still be around G-Man. I know it's been a long time. But yeah, you heard of hard preachers, hard priests, but have you ever heard of hard preaching?
Have you?
Steve Anderson's a hard preaching. Yeah, it was funny back in the day. Yeah, it's so funny. And yeah, these videos really take me back. Right. Yeah, back then. Oh, Steve. Oh, here's a funny video of Pastor Steve saying, "Long-haired man, a long hair-legged man."
Long hair legged man.
It's oh, that's not the video, but here's the other video of it. Yeah, Steve Anderson's a funny guy. He's crazy. Here's the one people walk out of his church.
You wouldn't go. You promised you wouldn't leave. One, we are Orlando and we're not going away. Walks up and hands you. Does that mean have fellowship with them? Going away and then they walk away. That whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, go figure. But anyway, whoa, this says you're not going away, but it looks like you guys are going away. It's so gross. Even the earth is gross. Shall be cut off from among their people. Oh, I got a note. He said, disgusting. It's so, look, cut these people off.
Yeah, those guys, that was about these one people, I guess, had enough of his show, but his preaching, and they left.
Good for them.
Steve Adams is a crazy guy.
Yeah, I never got on the whole these preachers that to me are very it's something very American to me, meaning that not that all preachers in the U.S. are like that, but I don't associate it with any other place. I've never come across it or heard about it in Sweden, in any denomination. These preachers that just yell and scream, and they're so freaking angry
Oh,
all the time.
Here's
And
one
I
of
mean, it's not just Steven. It's not just Steven Anderson. It's like this whole category of preachers. To me, I actually think it's, what's the word?
crazy.
Not appalling, but perverse. It feels perverse to me.
You want to see someone who's more crazier than Steve Anderson? Don't worry, he yells, but I don't think he's angry.
Into the ministry to make all situations and conditions and problems, things going on in our personal life, things going on down at the job site, just things in general, the course of
What in
this
the world are we
life,
listening
especially
to?
What?
Sounds like an auctioneer.
This guy up for an hour.
Yeah. Is he auctioning out places in heaven or something?
Thanks, boy. Amen. We're all the gays, and I'll tell it like it is. Amen. And all the faggots in the.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's another Steve Anderson type guy. He's crazy.
Why? I really, really, really don't get it. How can you go around and be? How can you sit in the congregation and listen to this and be like, yeah, this is a religion of peace and love and care and all of this beautiful flowery thing, when all they hear is this disgusting hate. Preachers like that guy, I just want to go up and fucking beat
They
their
probably think he's a
face
broken
in.
animatronic. He seems like a broken.
Yes. Yes, Spooky Bad Hair. He seems very nice.
Forsaken me and have forgotten me, don't want to have nothing to do with me anymore. But I'm glad the Lord said, Brother John, it seems like here lately as this preacher, I can't speak for nobody else. It seems like it's getting harder to read. It's getting harder to pray. Amen, because that devil's got on.
I see why. That guy, he keeps on going and be knocked unconscious.
It's getting harder to breathe. Yeah, I get it.
Like Brother John, he's getting up there, amen. These old-fashioned preachers, and Brother John can't get out like he used to.
Now he comes down and that. That guy's crazy. At first he started out like a broken mechanic or something. It was crazy. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I think I forgot about what he ended up saying because I'd never make it through the entire video.
Oh, yes.
Mark.
Yes,
Here,
sir.
I want to ask you what you think of this. This guy, Brian Dinglinger, he's a oneness guy. He tries to show what he thinks of the Trinity. I'd like to see what you think of what he thinks
Oh yeah.
of the Trinity.
Oh.
I am Brian the Son. I am Brian the Father. I am Brian the Holy Preacher. We are a Trinity. I am not the Son. I am not the Holy Preacher. I am not the Father. But we are all Brian. We are three separate people. But we are only one man.
What do you think of that, Mark?
I think that was really weird.
He is a crazy guy, the Amish guy.
Yeah.
Is that a straw man or what do you think?
What the Holy Preacher Trinity comparison? Yeah, that's a pretty bad comparison.
Yeah, it's
Um,
it's a straw man, I would say. Yeah,
kind of creepy too.
very much so.
He's a crazy guy. He thinks anyone he doesn't like are Catholic or a Jesuit or something.
Oh no, not the Jesuits.
Yeah. He thought Steve Anderson is secretly a Catholic because he said Steve Anderson's out there to make him look bad, I guess.
That's funny.
But Steve Anderson
crazy
doesn't like Catholics. He puts down Catholic Church. But yeah, that guy Brian Dinglinger, he's a crazy guy. He's a pretty chip guy too. Father Chuck knows a lot about him.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's a guy we showed a video before. It seems like he's trying to use his son to get people to donate to him. That's Brian Dinglinger. Yeah, is that crazy?
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. He's just a crazy guy. Brian Dinglinger. There's three of them.
Oh, I thought you said Dingleberry. I was like, what? Is that his name?
It's weird. He hates on the Amish, but I found out the Amish end up helping him. But I used to call him the Amish because he looks Amish.
Yeah, he has that beard thingy.
His beard looks more like a claw sometimes. Like he could cut it. Crazy.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Mark, you ever want to watch the full video of the Steve Anderson talks Kent? It's on my old channel if you want to.
Didn't we just watch that?
I mean, you did saw all of it. We saw it from the beginning.
Oh, I've been listening for quite a while, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing that a while ago. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like his second time he talked to Kent to get more into about having people executed for being gay or something. Is that crazy?
Man, that's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. What do you think of that?
So first, there really are like brothers in hate. First, Ken. I know what happened to Claude.
He fell asleep.
Yes, he did. I understand, though. I don't really know what time it is at his where he is now, but oh, that's sweet.
My little claw falls asleep with his teddy bear and his blankies and the cutest zippies and
Yes. Oh,
he's snoring.
yes, he is.
Oh, my little buddies.
It's really sweet, actually. Really fun.
Good night, Claude.
Oh, good night. But that guy, Brian guy, he's still around. He's a crazy
Oh
guy,
yeah.
too. But one thing I like about him, he stand up against Steve Anderson about him hating on Jewish people, and he does agree with Anderson about killing people.
Oh,
That's a good
really?
thing, though. Yeah, Brian guy.
That's good.
Yeah, that's a good thing about him. But besides that, he's very crazy a lot. He thinks the Catholic Church is out to get him. Uh-oh. Well, goodbye, Claude, and get you tired. Now, come in, Claude, and... Oh, sleeping Claude. My little Claudie.
Little cloud.
Oh, yeah, but that guy, Brian Dinglicher, but besides that, he's a bit crazy. He thinks rock and roll's evil. And he's definitely doesn't like. He has some serious problem against the Catholic Church for some reason, but yeah, he's crazy. Yeah, it was just crazy. I remember him. You ever heard of this other guy, Wild Bill from America?
Oh, is it the guy who? No, wait. Maybe I'm. Wait. Is he the guy who? Uh, he dresses quite insane and uh, stands at a,
I'm not
at
sure,
a
but
motorcycle.
oh no, he does have a motorcycle, but
He doesn't.
yeah, he doesn't have a motorcycle. But I think he was part of the Tea Party. I think.
The
But
Boston Tea Party?
no, I'm not sure what state the Tea Party is part of, but yeah, this
Oh,
Tea.
okay.
Yeah,
Not
it's
not
crazy.
not the one that
Oh,
happened in history.
but he's a crazy guy too. I remember him back in the day too. He's crazy. But yeah, other thing is that uh, Steve Anderson, he always been such a crazy guy. I even
Yeah,
seen
I
he,
wonder why he is so angry. I mean,
I have no
he
idea.
belongs to the most privileged group of people in the world, and yet he's so angry.
He's angry at being angry. Well, I don't know.
Maybe being angry is the only thing that maybe that's when he's happy.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Achilles, he likes Steve Anderson, but even he's know that Steve Anderson's a crazy guy. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. Here's this time Steve Anderson jumped on his what is it called? The
Oh, the podium.
yeah, he actually jumped up there.
Do you have that
Yeah,
video?
maybe I had to look. It might be buried in there. Steve jump. Oh, here's one for him jumping for joy.
Steven Anderson jumping for joy.
Yeah, he's a crazy guy. Yeah, look at this.
Woo! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Woo! Yeah!
Is that crazy?
Yes. The funny thing is that even when he tries to be like happy, he still sounds angry.
Yeah, he's just an angry young man. Here's a
Yeah.
drunken Amish redneck preacher.
This ought to be good.
Yeah,
see that?
I want to see the drunken Amish redneck preacher.
You say, well, how do we respond to this? What do we think about this? What do we think? Here's what we think about it.
The Bible says that God has given them over to a reprobate mind, and if you look up further in Romans chapter 1, there's 2 other times that the Bible says that God has given them up. And this is all very timely that we're looking at this. We'll start reading at verse number 22. By professing themselves to be wise, they became fools and changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like the corruptible man, and to birds and four-footed beasts and creeping things. Wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanness through the lusts of their own hearts, to dishonor. Don't be deceived about who these people are. With the men of God that are going to boldly proclaim this truth, because now more than ever we'll just have reprobate stamped on their. God's word is
type of a person that's making problems. You ignore them. That's what you do. Why give them press time? Why give them coverage? Steven Anderson is controlled.
What do you think?
What? That was very, very weird.
Yeah, I forgot that's Steve Anderson, buddy.
Oh.
I think that might have been a Steve Anderson buddy, but he looks like a drunken guy, and he's also looks Amish, and also looks like a redneck. You think so?
Kinda.
Yeah, it's a crazy guy. Oh, yeah.
Phantom X
Steve
in the comment is very correct when he says, "When you're privileged, equality feels like oppression." That is true. Sorry, what were you saying, Logan?
Oh, nothing. He's a crazy guy.
Yeah. I want to see if you have any more crazy preacher guys on your old.
Yeah. Oh, here's this other guy. Pastor Steve. Oh, that's one. Oh, here's a lot of crazy shriek preachers. They're messed up. Hard preacher.
Pastor Steve, the hard preacher.
Here's a leprechaun preacher guy. That's the guy I show you about who's open theist. He's very open about it.
Oh, right. Yeah.
This preacher said he has a crush on Jesus.
That's a bit weird.
Yeah, here's Pastor Steve's kid preaching. Steve Anderson.
Oh no.
Yeah, baby buddies street. Here's a little kid street preaching. See, born again that way. The mark at the Stevens. A broken animatronic guy. Mama. street preachers. Well, this one was crazy. Neckbeard atheist guy went out there to take on these street preachers.
Neckbeard atheist versus street. Wait. What's that about? Neckbeard atheist versus street preacher.
It's they're out there preaching outside of a abortion clinic, real loud, and that guy can't get his sleep, so he come out here and start running his mouth too. Wow, this stuff takes me back.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh, I think I know Pastor Steve. Maybe that might be. Yep, I found it.
Power from on
So
high
exciting.
until they're. And you know what? Let me tell you something. I'm sick of it, and I'm not gonna back down. And I'm sick of people not backing me up on this. And you know what? If you're not gonna back us up, then get out of here. We don't need your help. I don't want to hang around with a bunch of fag hags.
Whoa. That crazy?
Yes. What?
How'd you get up there?
Why?
I don't know. Oh, he was mad that there's a lot of people outside protesting against him for what he's saying out there and stuff. He got very angry. That's the only mood he has is angry.
Yeah, he should think about his blood pressure, because that's gonna give him an early grave.
He's just a crazy, angry young man.
Getting older, though.
All right, let me tell everybody something, all right? I'm here to set the record straight about something, okay? I'm not going to sit here and hang around with a bunch of critical thinkers who are going to question things and actually try to see whether the validity of that thing stacks up against the validity of their lived experience and reality in general. I'm jumping up on the podium because I'm sick and tired of listening to people who are beholden to this Bronze Age book of myths who can't evolve past what they're told to do by somebody else who they just assume knows better than them. It's absolutely absurd, and I'm not taking it anymore, all right? See, I could do it too, Steve. I could do it too.
Did you jump up on your desk? Because if you didn't...
Only half
you still
points.
win.
Only half points.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but those are the rules.
Yeah, when he did that,
I'm not gonna hang around a bunch of silly billies. Okay, a bunch of poopy heads.
Yeah, I was sick. We wanted him to fall off of there. I just want to know what.
You know what I have to say to people like that? They're called Dorcas Malorcas. That's what they're called.
It would have been super funny if he had jumped up there and hit his head in the roof, because it's very low.
Oh, my head! This cheap piece of shit ceiling from this outlet mall ended up crumbling around me. Oh God, it's asbestos! Oh no!
Yeah, he's a crazy guy. I wonder what
Pastor Stephen Anderson tragically passed away due to mesothelioma very shortly afterward. God-given mesothelioma, though.
Oh yes.
What if he fell off of there into the crowd of people?
That would have been great if he, like, at the very end of his rant, if he just, like, dove into the audience. That would have been absolutely fantastic. I want every Steven Anderson preaching to be like a heavy metal concert where they're like, "All right, everybody, you're gonna rush the stage. Fuck those security guards. Get up here right now." Everybody just rushes the stage, tips over the barricades, you know. The rent-a-cops that are guarding the stage run for their lives. That'd be a good preach. You know, I would go to every Steve Anderson preaching if that's how it turned out. I'm just saying.
I think that's why a lot of people go to his preaching. I even hear him say they like the way he preach.
They just like the fact that he channels a lot of their anger and their frustrations, and rather than channeling it into something productive, which would be what I'd recommend they do, they just channel it and do, yeah, but what about the people that look slightly different than us, huh? Aren't they the problem?
Yeah, Steve Harris is a crazy guy.
Those people think different than us, and my magic book says that we gotta hate them because of that.
Oh, no,
My
Marcus.
way of reading the book says we got to hate them.
No, it's his particular. That's true. I said his magic. I never said the magic book. I said his magic book.
Oh,
Marcus,
okay,
they're
okay,
gonna
okay.
drone after you, Aiden.
Here it comes.
It's coming to get you, Aiden. But yeah.
Where did you get the bugle from?
I just kind of keep it with me on hand, you know.
Okay, yeah, that's good. That's good. Like any
No, I can.
Any self-sufficient man does.
Like any 12-year-old Civil War drummer boy, you know, I keep a bugle just like on hand with me, you know. I just that's such a beautiful part of the American tradition, you know, Revolutionary War, Civil War. Let's just get preteens on the battlefield, and let's not give them a gun so that they could defend themselves. Let's give them instruments and make sure that they keep the rhythm going so that people can kill each other as efficiently as they would have been able to otherwise. Because if you don't keep that rhythm going, especially the Revolutionary War, you can't keep that rate of fire going as high as you can. So you got to keep going, little Timmy. Who cares if your leg got taken off? Doesn't mean that your drumming hand ain't any good than it was before. Come on.
Also, remember that it's important to make that sound so that we can find little Timmy.
That's right. That's right. Because now that little Timmy has gotten through the Revolutionary War, his great-grandkid is going into the Civil War. He's so proud of him. He's given him his cap that he wore when he got his leg taken off in the Revolutionary War. So I think it's a beautiful tradition. And I'm just trying to say, bring back child soldiers. That's what I'm really trying to say.
Yes, yes.
We need to bring them back. We need to, because war as noble of a practice without children on the battlefield? That's my question. I don't think it is.
No.
It really isn't. Like, your prefrontal cortex has to be developed to be on a battlefield now. Give me a break.
Sissies.
But Aiden,
I think it's much more efficient to start them young, you know?
Yeah. Get them young, kill them young.
Now Mark is sending his drone out for Aiden now. He's out to get. Nah, don't worry, he's out to get. Kent. He's out to get Kent.
Go get him.
What the? You keep on disappearing.
No.
Tally ho!
Yeah, Aiden,
I'm just imagining. Sorry. What did you
go
say,
ahead.
Logan?
That YouTube channel have a lot of crazy videos. Just remember, just a lot of them I forgot about. But
I have a question.
What?
Do you remember the 21st night of September?
No.
Remember.
You.
The 5th of September.
Wow.
No, it's November.
Not anymore.
Okay.
Mark, Aiden,
We
what
changed
if you went
it.
back in 1990?
In the 1990s, I was an itch in my daddy's pants.
Oh. How were your dads?
What was that?
How were your dads?
Oh well, you know, he had an interesting life.
Oh. But Aiden, what if you find out you're actually unknown?
That should be saying that he had an interest. Notice that I said had an interest in like past tense because had refers to the Great Pants Famine of 2004, which everybody knows happened, but the government tries to cover up at all costs.
Of course. The pants.
When I say it's the government, it's Professor Pants. Professor Pants has taken all of the pants for himself.
Who's this?
Oh, who's this joker?
I sense it is Brother Pike.
Man, you don't
Yeah,
know
nobody
that.
else has got a.
I'm just using the force over here.
Man, you don't know that. That ain't nobody but.
I'm really good at just guessing when it's Pike.
Well, if you just guess all the
I've heard
time,
it.
it's like 80% of the time you're right.
God, I just realized, Christian, your the Southern accent really does save your voice. Could you imagine if you had like a Yankee accent? Ugh, gross.
Can you imagine?
Gross.
What's the
No.
difference?
I'd rather
What
not.
would you sound like?
What do you mean? What's the difference?
I mean,
Ian?
how do
Suck
this?
on a hickory twig
I mean,
and
how do they
saw a log
sound?
and hold up my cowboy.
Well, you see, right now Christian sounds something more like this, and if Christian were to sound more like, "Hello, how's it going? It's me, Christian Pike.
Oh, like
I'm here to
Mentos.
teach some biblical doctrine today."
Mentos, the
Yeah,
fresh
that wouldn't work.
It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work.
Well,
Even though you kind of expect
Christian,
it
state your business.
well, I blew in like a tumbleweed. I tell you, just to find myself here sometime.
Oh, you serious?
You know who I miss?
I
You
just
know who I
moved
miss?
here,
Clayton Daytona.
okay.
That's who I miss.
You know, I also miss Clayton Daytona. He's actually driving past that great white checkered flag in the sky.
Aww. Second place only to great old
dead.
Dale Earnhardt, of course, but
He died of a method.
he's dead. He is deceased. He's deceased. Well, as a matter of fact, several people died. Professor Pants, Clona, the Scooter Master, you know, the horrific 2020 master of 14 million people. Unfortunately, they were also involved. So, R.I.P.
Yes. Well, I tell you
But why is he dead?
I ain't never what?
What happened to Professor Pants?
Professor Pants is not dead because it's kind of like Tom Bombadil. It's like, was he ever there at all?
Professor Pants is no more.
I don't really appreciate you saying that, or just you in general.
No, Professor Pants is hopping around on that great old lily pad in the sky right now.
Oh no. Oh, no.
What I'm saying is that Dan came over and sprayed some Roundup, and Professor Pants has been very quiet ever since.
Oh, well, was it one of those chemicals Alex Jones screaming about that turned the frogs gay?
I don't like them putting freaking chemicals in the water that turn the freaking frogs gay. Do you understand that?
I don't understand that actually.
Me either.
I'm sick of this crap. Sick of being socially engineered. It's not funny.
Oh no, he disappeared.
Speaking of being socially engineered, Mark, can I manipulate you into playing Tarkov today?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, sweet.
I'm fascinated with this new software, Gyroflow. It's an image stabilization software that's free, open source, and completely compatible with my drone. It's pretty awesome.
Oh, gyros, ain't that those things them Greeks eat?
Mm-hmm. How'd you know?
I just want to trigger Achilles just a little bit. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself.
You should ask Achilles. He would know. He's the
He
great.
just cringed. He just cringed so hard, and he doesn't even know why.
But
Yeah.
Mark,
Yes.
wait, sorry. Can you explain? You have so the image stabilizing software.
Mm-hmm.
It's for the camera.
No, it's post effects. It takes
Oh,
the
okay.
video and the gyro information from the video file, which my drone video transmitter is capable of storing, and it takes the video and compares it with the gyro information and applies smoothing stuff for stabilization.
It's easier to just call it magic,
Oh.
Mark. It's a lot easier to just say it's magic.
It really kind of is if you think about it, though. No, I'm just kidding. It's a lot of really complicated programming and very, very, very smart people behind it. But it's cool stuff. It really is.
You know,
Sure
I think
is.
that there's far too much negativity in this room right now. Can we get Bruce in here for some positivity?
Yeah, lighten the
mood up
No.
here. It's just far too positive. Or negative, sorry.
And maybe. Do you think if for
Deviant's
some
trying to
reason
figure out
Steven
if what she's about to say will violate terms of service or not.
And they will. They definitely will.
Yeah, I'm not gonna continue actually.
Luckily, YouTube doesn't actually have an office in Sweden. I don't think YouTube even is aware of Sweden's existence yet. It's actually a relatively new country that's been
Do they
discovered.
have offices in Sweden?
Well, that's just the thing, Christian, is that they've actually just established the first ever colony in Sweden. It actually looks a lot like those colonies you've seen like on Mars, those like conceptualizations where they have like the dome and things like that. So, yes, they're
Speaking of the dome, Lupin has quite a dome. I don't know if you guys noticed.
yeah, it's kind of hard not to notice, actually, as a
I
matter
mean,
of
it's like
fact.
sort of like a half sphere, one might call it.
Yeah, I would call
But
it
does it
a
have a
ruinous
range ranger?
travesty myself, but that is
But it has
also a
the
different way of saying
contents of a flat Earth.
it has the contents of a flat Earth.
Oh, okay. I misheard. It could also be the proof of flat Earth.
It could be. It could be. I'd considered that. I think Lupin is the proof of evolution because he still kind of looks like a mushroom. Got that sort of mushroom look.
I mean, my thought was like Cro-Magnon Neanderthal, but now that you say that, no. Now that you say that, the shiitake is indeed strong with this one. That is
No,
true.
surely mushroom is what it is. It's mushroom, and that's mostly what he is. It's just one big mushroom.
Oh, that's bad. Do you know how far the mycelium of mushrooms go deep in the ground? They're spreading and you can't even see it.
See, I
Well,
can see that
luckily,
with
all
Lupin.
of
I can
Lupin's
feel that.
mycelium dies of alcohol poisoning before it's able to spread too far, so that's really the only thing holding him back from dominating the planet.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
That might be the most upsetting thing I've ever said to Deviant.
He was on
And I've said some upsetting things in my time knowing Deviant.
Traveling with kids is a bad idea. I don't know if you guys knew that.
I'd like to think that we're like. I like to think of myself as like the workplace acquaintance that like Deviant pretends to get along with, but in reality, she like spent the entire car ride home like on the phone with Soot, like crying about me.
Like, oh my god.
Hey, Aiden, I can quote
Oh
you now
God, you
saying,
never
I
believe
like
he
to think of
thought that his
myself.
jokes. Thinks the stupid jokes are funny. Oh, I hate him so much.
I mean, they're pretty good.
Yeah.
They're pretty good.
That's why I want to do that secret show with you.
The secret show. That's right.
Secret show.
That's right. Christian, you don't get to know.
I want to know about that secret
You don't get to know. You're not part. No, you're not part of it, Christian. You don't get to know
Why?
because you're not part of the Turbo team, Christian. That's why.
You have too many kids.
I do have
It's
too
a
many kids.
liability.
It's a high
It's a
liability.
liability.
We can't even get insurance.
That's too bad.
I mean, that there is some kind of hoarding issue there, some gene hoarding.
Yeah. No, you're right. Really, I mean, it's a bad idea because of how bad the kids are. You know, it's like Bebe's kids.
Oh, Seth, I love you so much.
Nobody even cared about the slapdicostal.
The what?
My name is the slapdicostal.
Oh, you slap him?
Well, now I do.
Christian, are you chief of the Slapaho tribe?
Yeah.
That response. Shouldn't it be the like septicostal?
Lupin's part of like the faticostal. Lupin is like
That's
a
not
strep-
nice, Christian.
Like a
That's not nice.
Strepsirian, Like a,
Christian, a stretched Praetorian. Oh dear, Christian, that's rude.
That is not
What is Lupin?
Christ-like behavior.
What has Lupin ever done to you, Christian? That's my question. What has he ever done or said to you that would make you act that way?
how much time?
Christian pulls up. I was about to say Christian like pulls out like a 1.5 mile long Scrooge McDuck-esque list.
You know he was on here earlier?
He was on here.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, so that's good, really, because you don't want to get too famous too fast. So when you bring on people like Lupin, it sort of like balances out the right rating.
I'm glad that we view him as like our speed bump, We need to make sure that we don't go too fast and we get too full of ourselves. So we just bring him on to remind ourselves,
Are you there?
Who?
Oh no.
Well, presenting the gangster. The gangster Steven. He's a gangster.
Hey.
Man, dude.
Been spending most our lives living in a Proverbs paradise.
Behave yourself, or Charles. Face you make when you try and look at this. He's a gangster. The gang's all here.
Sorry, Aiden.
harder.
It's actually Aiden who she says, "I'll have you know, Soot, that I've worked really hard to be this abrasive with Deviant. Okay, it's not easy figuring out just the way to piss her off like I've been able to over the time that I've known her. So that you know what, I don't appreciate that, buddy. I don't appreciate that one bit. I'll have you know that she would spend plenty of time complaining about me, and then you would come and beat me up in the parking lot. How about that, buddy?"
This guy will bless you, my son.
Oh no!
Oh no. It's the hard priest.
The hard
Yep.
priest. Hello.
I don't know if he's secretly a Jesuit from Lupin. Yep, that's a Jesuit priest.
Oh man.
Right, Mark?
People watch this. People take time out of their day to watch this. And I appreciate that so much.
Right.
Me too.
This guy
Because-
is a Lucifer who loves weed.
Oh yeah, that guy.
I even got videos of him on there. Crazy.
Why does he actually look like an orc from the Lord of the Rings? Like he really does look like an Uruk-hai or something like that. Like he's about to go and march on
What I
Cyrodiil.
find interesting is that every time you see him, the part that is like, it's like his face becomes more and more just nose and beard.
Oh, you
Like-
don't know what fact I have on.
No, I don't deny that all of like anything that she has positive to say is going to be directed towards you. So if anything, Soot, you should be thanking me because I'm like the ugly friend that you take to the mall with you to make you look better by comparison. Okay? Because like I'm just so mean that you could come in and be like, "It's okay, I'll go beat him up in the parking lot," and then you beat me up in the parking lot, and then she's like, "My hero."
May the Sheba, Mark Ball,
Oh yeah.
bless you.
Who am I kidding? She's
Let's
gonna
not
beat me
make
up
my
first,
love
and then
story.
Sith's gonna beat me up afterwards.
Yes.
Aiden, Mark, and his Skylar. Oh, this is you at 50 years old.
Why?
He looks like
And
you.
what does BM do in the picture?
I love. There always has to be somebody else. It can't just be
Yeah.
them in the photo. There's always some kooky character that's arrived on site and is looming somewhere in the corner. And nobody ever acknowledges the kooky character. They're kind of like the gnomes in Bubblegum's mind. You know, he sees them, but nobody else does. I'd just leave you at the mall. That's brutal, man. It's brutal.
Yeah,
You would too. You'd see her at the mall. I know exactly how it would play out. You'd see her at the mall, and you wouldn't even come up with an excuse. You just like, shove all of your crap into my into my vicinity, and then just go walk over and talk with Deviant, and then leave me all by myself. I could see it. Yeah. The heck, man. I was supposed to beat you at Mortal Kombat in the arcade. Now you're just gonna go off and chat with some girl. I mean, whatever.
Here's you, Aiden, as the modern day Charles Darwin.
This one I do laugh my ass off every time I see it.
Yeah.
I want that photo just so that I can hang it as a portrait on my wall when I'm older, and then I can tell my great grandnephews and grandnieces, yes, this was me. Oh, very distinguished. Yes, indeed. This was before the Great Skibbity War of 2074, and they'd believe me because they're a bunch of stupid kids and they're not going to research anything or look into it. So they'd be like, "Wow, tell us more about it."
Yeah.
You sounded like Gollum.
You been Matt Powell.
It did not sound anything like Sissy.
I say like Soot says, you're a big boy, you'd manage.
Look, maybe I'd find my way home. Maybe I would have forgotten my way, and I get lost, all right? You don't know. You don't know. Sweden's a big place.
Will we find you in the Lost and Found?
I mean, like 90%. Over 90% of Sweden hasn't even been mapped yet at this point in time. So, like, the fact that you expect me to find my way home somehow in the middle of just a desolate wasteland is really quite offensive to me personally. Oh, it's not desolate. Look, that's not nice. That's not nice. There's like a tree occasionally. You see like a tree, and then there's like a reindeer scampering about. Yeah, I can't think of anything else.
You know how you find it hilarious to that you know the history of Greece better than someone who actually lives in Greece. And
Yeah.
You cannot pull this off in this case.
It's not even true. It's not even true. I know, all right, about the great IKEA war that you've tried to hide. All right. You really mean to tell me that those 20 million Norwegians just disappeared off the face of the planet? They just all just simultaneously just decided they weren't going to be around no more. Okay, sure, whatever.
No, they became Swedish. I told you we own them. Unfortunately, now they own us because they found oil in the 70s, but that's okay. They're not Danish. We love them.
Oh, that's...
I think we should organize an oil spill or two. You know, I think they've been living a little too good for too long up there.
I'd pick an IKEA close to Denmark. That's a smaller country. They find you there. Eindhoven in Denmark.
I mean, let's face it. Denmark is such a small country that an IKEA would take up like 90% of the land area of Denmark. Like they don't have room for an IKEA.
That's in Legoland in Denmark.
Well, that's the thing is that Legoland already takes up most of the. Last I checked, Denmark's actually made of over 74% Lego at this point in time. Like it's taken over the ecosystem itself. So
that might be true.
God, that'd be so cool.
Now I so wish that you guys knew Swedish and Swedish culture, so that you knew about the great.
I need good insults on the Danes, because I have a friend that's Danish, and he loves to bag on all the other Nordic countries and act like Denmark is just the best. So I know for a fact that you and Soot will have like loads of really good jokes and like in-jokes about Danish culture that I wouldn't have any idea of. So I need to like hit him with like curveballs that he doesn't even expect. You know what I'm saying? I need to like pretend like I know something about them besides just like Leif Erikson and the show Vikings, you know?
Yeah, Leif Erikson wasn't Danish though, so.
Don't worry about that. It's not important.
Okay.
Okay, he had a beard, and he said "Hinga Dinga Durgan," and he rode on a ship. What else do you need to know? He's basically Danish.
Yeah, I read Danish novel.
Was it the Swede law in England? Was it the Swede law, or was it the Dane? Was it the Dane law?
Because we settled that all that is Russia today is named after the Swede who went there. So they have some silly Danelaw. We have the entirety of Russia.
I mean, look. Maybe you guys had a bigger impact over a much larger area, but think of the kooky little place names in England now because of the Danes. That's pretty much equivalent, right?
Yeah, I mean, poor England.
Yeah, it really was just kind of getting passed around, so to speak, at that point in time pretty heavily. England was, it wasn't ready to settle down and have kids yet, let's put it that way.
Oh.
Yeah, just a little bit. And that gives me a lot of pain as an English person to know that. But then I remember that the Franks had it even worse, and I can think, it's not that bad.
Oh, I have English ancestry too. We can be related.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And next year when I go to the UK, my friend can take me where my ancestors came from.
Which part of England did you come from?
I forgot, but he would know. He's a genius. Yeah, it's crazy. What if I turn out to be related to you, Aiden?
I mean, we're all related. This will blow your mind, but we're actually all related.
Even Lupin? Even
questionable.
Yes.
What about Steven?
We are?
Is Steven related?
No.
No, definitely not.
Should I keep the link between humans and
I mean,
men?
Steven has made sure to distinguish us away from him, and I know that I'm a human being. So, that ergo, Steven cannot be a human, right? Just using Socratic logic there.
True. So, can I share a piece of Swedish, Danish culture? So this is it's in Swedish, of course. Unfortunately, because it has subtitles, but you do miss a bit if you don't understand the.
Can you translate it in real time? And when you translate it, can you translate it to French so that Brianna can translate it to English so that I can understand?
Oh, but I don't know French. I know a bit of German.
I just want to make it nice and simple.
Okay, yeah, sure. But it is actually subtitled in English, and the man speaking is a now deceased British actor.
All right. You have a choice between French or 15th century BC Scythian. It's your choice. You could choose between either one of those.
French.
But yeah. Okay.
It's that linear B. I could never hack it.
Oh, here we go. Always shifting the burden. Always going the easy way. Oh, we don't know what linear B even means. Whatever. It's probably just because. I mean, have you prayed about it? I don't think so.
I have actually not done that, so maybe. But you wanted something on Denmark.
I did. I'll shut up. I'm sorry.
Tack, ni svenska vakttorn. Med plutonium tvingar vi dansken på knä. Här, Danmark. Utskitet av kalk och vatten. Och där, Sverige. Hugget i Jävlar!
Isn't that beautiful? Doesn't it want to make you cry of pride?
I just love some things transcend language, you know.
Yep.
And I didn't even need subtitles there to know that he was mad, and he was mad at the Danes, and he was saying something good about the Swedes, and he was saying something bad about I literally, with no subtitles, I could have at least figured that out from that. So thank you for showing me that yes, some things can indeed just transcend language and culture. It's like Dutch. Have you ever seen Dutch compared to English? It looks like English had a freaking stroke. It really does. It's just this weird like amalgamation of English and German, which I get it. English is a Germanic language, but I mean, it's like
I can read Dutch and understand the vast majority of it, because I know English and I know enough German. I've forgotten a lot of my German, but enough that I understand. And I also know like Swedish, and I can read Danish and so forth. And that does it. But when they speak, I mean, they're not worse than. No, I shouldn't say that.
I can't take a Dutch person seriously when they're angry because their language is just so freaking silly.
Have you
that
heard Norwegian?
It's so silly that I can't take somebody yelling at me in that language seriously. Now German is totally different. Somebody yells at me in German, I don't even know what they're saying, but I'm like, oh my god, this is serious. This guy's pissed. I know one guy in particular who did yelling in German, like he did that a lot, and he was really well known
Yes.
for it. But
a lot of people were actually scared by that.
yeah, it's true. It's true. I'm pretty sure his name is Mr. Logo. Actually, now that I think about it.
No, but that's the
I
same
love
with
you, Logo.
Norwegian.
I love you. I'm sorry.
Me too. He's not Danish.
Yeah, he was born in like Holstein or something like that. So he's right on the line. He's right on that line. Can you believe that used to belong to that blighted country? Blech.
Blech. Never.
Was the Hanseatic League founded in? Well, I guess that was founded in Hansa,
Yes.
which is part of Germany.
Yes.
Was it ever part of Denmark?
No.
Okay, so it's part of the Holy Roman Empire prior to that.
No.
No, I mean like, what, the Hanseatic League wasn't part of the Holy Roman Empire?
The Hanseatic League was
Or no, the Trade League wasn't part of the whole. No, the city of Hansa. Sorry, the city of Hansa was a free city in the Holy Roman Empire, was it not?
Doubt.
Oh, gosh, are you something?
I doubt. What was that?
Yeah,
A puppy.
that was a cute puppy dog. I must say that was a cute puppy dog. No, sorry, I got the city and the trade guild mixed up.
Yes. But Hansestadt, I think it's too. Or am I misremembering? Because I think it's too far north, but as we all know, geography is not my forte. Liebig. So no.
I just looked it up, and it says that they were
No, it's
they
way
were
too. It's
they were free cities in the Holy Roman Empire, is what I saw from what I researched.
Wait, stop. Now it's me who is a bit on the slow side. Because you said the Holy Roman Empire, yes, that's different.
Miss Outcast.
Mm-hmm.
This is what Mark said. I need help. I have stumbled across evidence for a
Mysterious ADMI cable and graphic card destroyer.
Oh no.
Apparently it only inhabits my daughter's bedroom and only destroys. Not again.
Oh no. No.
Mackenzie.
I blame Stuart.
No, you don't.
I blame Stuart.
It's never Stuart's fault.
You think Stuart can do no wrong, but
Of
I'm
course.
sorry. In this instance, you're wrong. It was Stuart.
But you know,
look, you didn't even think Hansa was part of the Holy Roman Empire, Deviant. So what do you know, huh?
Okay.
What do you know?
Yeah, because my first thought was the Roman Empire.
No, the Holy Roman Empire.
About Rome. That's
definitely different.
Very different. And also, you mistook Hansastadt sir.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Sorry, there was.
No.
Oh, there's some static breaking up there in the middle. Sorry.
I'm sure.
I don't think she was saying anything important though, so we should probably move on.
For sure.
Greece part of the Roman Empire once?
Greece was actually part of the Roman Empire longer than Rome was part of the Roman Empire in terms of the amount of years that you look at them compared to one another, because whereas Rome got conquered in 476 by the Ostrogoths, the Eastern Roman Empire continued for a long time after that, almost 1,000 years after that. And considering that Greece was conquered largely in the aftermath of the Second and Third Macedonian Wars, those would have taken place at the end of the Diadochi period, so that would have been 150 to 100 BC, roughly.
Wow.
I would say is about that period. So you're looking at about 150 BC to 1453 AD. That's, let's see, 15, it's almost 1600 years continuously under the Roman Empire.
So wait. What year did you say starting year?
I said it was conservatively. I said it was about 150 BC to 100 BC.
Oh yeah. And also, I would like to point out that the Ostrogoths were Swedish.
That is true. Damn it! Shut up! Shut up!
That's why they're so sweet.
Yeah, what are the Ostrogoths now? I just have to ask you. Could you find me an Ostrogoth now, Deviant? Where'd they go?
I can actually.
Oh really?
Oh yeah, I have 2 of them on my wall, though it's a picture or 2 pictures. But
no, I'm just saying, like, can you take me to like an Ostrogoth community or something like that? No, because you guys got wiped out in Crimea in the 16th century. So shh.
I would say that most people living in like what's it? What can it be? 200 kilometers away from where I am, give or take, is most of them are actually Ostrogoths.
I just thought of this. The last Ostrogothic state or country, I guess if you want to use a more modern term, was the Principality of Theodoro in Crimea, and that was actually a vassal of the Eastern Romans. So isn't that funny how history kind of has those little ironies embedded deep within it?
But it is a part of Sweden today.
I thought that the Ostrogoths basically got wiped out as a culture, so if I'm wrong...
I mean, it depends on what you... So, Ostrogoths are... It's a geographic area of Sweden.
Well, it's also a culture, though, right?
Yes. But that culture is like this... Not the same... When you... Okay, like this. When you... It is a culture, yes. But they were Swedes. And they haven't disappeared. They have just been incorporated in what is today Sweden, because back then Sweden wasn't one country as it is today.
Right. It was a polity of a bunch of different societies.
Yes.
Like basically every other nation that we have today.
Exactly. So
that's really all nationalism is. It's just a bunch of little cultures wearing a trench coat of a bigger culture.
Yep. Which is one of the many reasons that I find the whole, my country is better than your country because yada 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 is
right.
Kind of ridiculous, because you just happen to be born in a geographic place.
Right.
And
no,
but at the same time, I can at the same time say, do I have this strange feeling that I feel some kind of pride or whatever for things that I have nothing to do with? Yes, I do. Do I find it ridiculous? Yes, I do.
I mean, it's like white pride or black pride or any of these, like just having inherent pride, or Irish pride or Italian pride or English pride. I mean, like, yeah, do I mess around and I just like joke around with that and all that? Sure. But I think actually like taking any serious pride in something that you effectively had no say or control over whatsoever is beyond arbitrary. It's just stupid as far as I'm concerned. It really is. If you take pride and you make that your identity, to me that says that you have done nothing of your own volition to build your own identity off of. So you just have to basically ride the coattails of the achievements of other people.
Yep. It's like a discussion that was the other day with someone. I think it was after Pike's teaching, where there was a discussion about, I don't know, something that happened a couple of 100 years ago that was very divisive. And
can I take a step?
Exactly. Yep. And I was just like, yeah, this is idiotic.
The specific geographic region associated with one part of the United States will rise again, son. Let me tell you. It's coming back.
What do you think about Mark said?
Well, yes, it's true. Another HDMI cable has been completely destroyed, and the GPU is mysteriously fried. I can't imagine what could have happened. Because Mackenzie assured me, no, I need to stress this. Mackenzie assured me that she didn't touch it.
So with
It's
the
the gnomes.
GPU, there is actually that there could be electrical surges going into it and just frying it, but that shouldn't affect the HDMI cable. That should just black out the GPU.
If you've had any kind of like power outages or anything recently, that could have been what did that. Because Deviant is right. That can definitely fry a GPU.
Oh yeah, I had
Do you
to.
think it might have been?
I went through like 3 or 4 GPUs when I moved to this apartment, because that was a real issue. And then I spoke to my brother, who's an electro engineer, and he was like, you might have these surges. And I bought a thingamajig that I don't know what to call in English. And
A surge protector.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. But
Yeah, those are really good to have for PCs.
Mm-hmm.
For
P. No. Listen. For P. C's.
For P?
For P.
It's not like you said for
C's. Okay.
It definitely was.
It's not for feces, it's for C's. Alright, so I'm glad we got that covered. It was definitely the Illuminati. No, it wasn't. It was the gnomes, Mark. It was the gnomes. And the fact that you're so blind to the gnomes that you just think it's the Illuminati. I mean, come on, dude. 2015 call that wants its joke back. Come on, the gnomes are in. The Illuminati's out.
Okay, I'm so glad I have headphones on so that the tiny people didn't hear that. They would be very sad.
Surge protectors are a valuable investment. That is true.
Yes. It
the
saved me a
Abrahamic
lot of
adherence.
work. I mean, I became almost an expert in putting in new GPUs in my computer. But was it worth it? Nah. I could almost do it in my sleep.
There's gold on them things. You gotta take that gold off those old GPUs.
I saw something. What if the makers of God's Not Dead remade Bible Man and Kirk Hammett plays?
You know what I had a thought of? Given how much ancient Egyptian gold got like melted down and like cast into other things over the centuries and millennia, there's a chance that like part of the gold on like one of our capacitors or GPUs or CPU, that was like the death mask of like Ramses III or something like that at one point in time. I think that's pretty cool thought, you know? That's pretty cool.
I don't think it is. I mean,
what? You don't think that that's cool, Deviants? What's not cool about that?
It's like saying, I think this. No, I can't even. No.
It's like using the Mona Lisa as a coaster and being like, well, it works, you know?
It's worse. It's like taking the Mona Lisa and just putting it in a wood chipper and then toilet paper of it and going like, I think this is really cool. No.
Okay, but
are you alright?
Okay, but you can't deny that that's cool, though. You can't deny that that's cool, that we have the capacity to be able to turn the Mona Lisa into a roll of Charmin Ultra Soft triple ply. Okay, like that's cool.
I wouldn't necessarily use the word cool.
I mean, like, look, indelible artifact for the history and common heritage of all mankind, or thing that allows us to talk and have these fun little conversations with each other. Like, come on.
Because there is no other goal in the world that you could
you need
use
to
that
understand.
for.
You need to understand. You understand, okay? When Napoleon in I believe it was 1809, after his conquest of Italy, he went to Venice and he went to St. Mark's Cathedral. You know what, Gangster Ghost?
What?
I love you, buddy. I love you, buddy. Just thank you so much, buddy. Trying to give you a big hug right now. But when he went to Venice and he went to St. Mark's Cathedral and he took artifacts like the crown jewels of the Roman Empire, which the Venetians had looted from the city, during the Fourth Crusade in 1204, they'd looted the crown jewels and they brought it back to the city. Napoleon took a look at those and he was like, it'd be really cool if I took that and I minted that into a bunch of shitty coins to pay my soldiers with. I think that would be really cool. And I just want to say, Deviant, that at least I'm consistent, all right? At least I think that was really cool when Napoleon did that. So, I'm consistent.
Like this guy?
Yeah. But is it really good? Are you proud?
I couldn't be more happy for the heritage and common inheritance of our species that the artifact got rendered down into a bunch of coins that probably themselves have also been melted down and probably also make up another part of the computers that we're currently running, right? I'm just going to assume that all the gold in my computer is just like an amalgamation of Nazi gold. And then over here, we've got a little bit of an ancient Egyptian death mask here. And over there is an heirloom from one of the survivors of the Titanic. That's pretty cool. It's not just some
grandma's teeth.
Oh my gosh, yeah, there's a sliver of Erdogan's toilet right there. Yeah, that's looking nice. I love our conversation. We never have the same conversation twice. We never have the same.
That is true.
I think it's because of this guy.
I think it's because you're just such a great, awesome little guy, Gangster Ghost, and I just thank you.
Thank you. It's been 4 hours now. I think we had to shut it down. I'm sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
That's all right. That's all right. Just remember, everybody, whatever gold you might have laying around the house, it too could have been once a precious cultural artifact that millions of people took significance upon. And with that, have a good day.
Bye.
Yeah. I'm so happy that Napoleon died alone on Elba.
Oh, thanks.
It's so beautiful because they were going to give him. Was it Elba? I'm pretty sure Elba was his first island imprisonment. Elba was the one that's the one over by Italy, right?
Bye, everyone.
Yes.
Bye.